And we'll select go live. Whoa! Are we live now? Hey, guys, can you hear me? Is this thing on? Hello?
You're on.
Oh.
You're on, Steve.
Oh, God, Pong. I just wanted to make sure.
You're on.
I wanted to make sure that you could hear me. I wanted to make sure that the audience can hear me.
Oh, you should be making sure that the audience can hear me because you mute me all the damn time.
No, that's why I did my check behind stage.
Steel takeover. The steel takeover.
I've been messing with my audio back and forth here recently, especially because I have my audio sources hooked up to quite a few things. So I have my computer hooked up to my TV, my computer, and then also I have my headphones, right? And then I have a speaker bar too. Speaker bar, TV, and then headphones. So sometimes, depending, because my wife likes for me to put the game up on the big screen while I'm playing here, and I just forget to change my audio options, man. Just forget.
Sounds like a you problem.
It is. It definitely is a you problem. If we're talking about you, Pog. No,
you.
No. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Yeah, we started a little bit behind the ball today, but hey, as all great things go, you gotta be patient sometimes, right? I did make some changes to the show this week. Again, more so just to make things a little bit more professional looking. Again, I always try to design and develop things on the show as we progress. If you look at how the show was when we originally started to where it's at right now, I believe at least that there's been a visual jump there in the production and everything. And hopefully the audio quality has been continuing to sound great for you guys and everything's coming through smooth. I do have Wild Hearts gameplay running for you guys in the background today. This has been my takeover from Monster Hunter Rise. And the thing about Wild Hearts, man, and again, it's not going to be something that everybody is able to get into, but if you like Monster Hunter World, I would definitely suggest you try it out. And even with that, as much as it may be a Monster Hunter clone, it's still different enough that if you spend some time like getting into it, again, it's going to take a few hours for you to feel some things out, and they don't really just give you everything up front, kind of like Monster Hunter does, and say, hey, here's these different weapons to play with. It kind of wants you to progress, but there's a little bit of a learning curve there, but it's been a good time. I'm definitely going to be playing this over Rise right now. I'm also still currently playing Harry Potter, so I've been working on that in the background, and just when it becomes the timing, right? And we always talk about this. When it comes to timing, it's part of the reason why Pong likes to be a grazer. He can touch on multiple things, can kind of be all over the place. And it's the one thing that really is like hard for me to do, going back and forth between games and doing this and doing that. But when it comes to time and you just hop on, you want to play a game, it's like, what is going to grab my attention right now? And because I am a podcaster, because I do have other hobbies that I enjoy. I'm getting into back into that tech field. There's other things that's going on behind the scene that I want to constantly engage with, and games like Wild Hearts, for an example, allow you to do that, right? Whereas a Harry Potter, it's like I got to be fully tuned in and locked into the experience. I can't listen to a podcast and play the game at the same time, right? It just there's something that's off that throws me off about that. So. And look at me just explaining my little quirks or whatever the case. But it's just I think for me, more so what I'm trying to get across is that you have to kind of adjust with what your habits are and where your interests lie, right? Because at the end of the day, it's as much as some people may be able to 100% focus on gaming outside of work, like this is your only other thing. Like, ladies and gentlemen, like I just got done tuning my bike over this week. Right. I had a guy come over yesterday, and this is a completely different hobby that requires a completely different set of skills, that requires a whole different set of dedication, right? And safety, keep in mind. But also I just had a guy come out and, I spent some ducats with him and chopped it up with him. His Pong might be familiar, and got a tune slapped on my bike. So it's like when you step into that world, now you're having a whole different conversation about things, and that's a whole different amount of time that you end up spending. And it's just, got to decide what you're into. And then I'm also working on, because I want to do some things visually for the show too, is I'm getting some flats, some floating shelves here so I can start displaying my Gundams and whatnot. Just so they can be more so on the show, because right now I got them out of the picture because that was like the one reason why I didn't want to start model building, because I didn't necessarily have space to display them. But I found some dope floating shelves. They're exactly the exact length that I need, which I wasn't expecting that either. I mean, of course, I could have went to Home Depot, cut some up. I just wasn't trying to do that. So that should be dope too. So some things are coming, some changes are moving. Anyway. And no, Nick's not leaving the show, man. The show is going to always be here, man.
This has been your weekly update with Steel Ray.
It's just a weekly update. Sorry.
This is Steel's,
I was talking about the show.
This is Steel's life.
Talking about the show and everything else. God. Andrew, you had a stomach bug running through the house?
Oh.
Hey, man, let me
those
say,
are never fun.
I didn't have a stomach bug, but there's definitely some kind of form of allergies, sickness, whatever the case, running through our house currently, and it's complete garbage. I got to put that out there. But
yeah, still got a stuffy nose.
I still got a stuffy nose for sure. But I've been working on it.
I've been
trying to. I've been trying to.
Tuning your nose?
Yeah, man. I've been trying to get in there and dig it out. You know, get a little scalpel, make sure that all the good stuff is out of there. Making sure that you keep a little spit bottle next to you so you get all the good stuff out.
TMI.
Is it?
TMI.
Hey, man. We're behind
TMI,
the scenes.
Steel. Okay. Let's go. Yeah, we're behind the scenes. Right.
Hey, man. My fault, Pong. What you want to talk to the people?
Nothing, man. My life's completely boring, so I got nothing else going on.
God damn it, Pong. So... I don't agree. I don't agree. You probably got some interesting
I ain't doing shit. Yeah. Interesting things that we won't get into here.
Okay. No, we definitely got some interesting things to get into today. PlayStation had a state of play this week where they showed off a lot of their third-party magic. I guess state of play has limits. But guess what, guys? Just like the title says, Hogwarts don't, though. And Hogwarts selling over 12 million copies in 2 weeks. Again, the game's going to do, has been doing big numbers, almost $1 billion within 2 weeks. That's crazy numbers. And again, if they haven't started working on number 2 already or some DLC, and again, I know we heard that DLC wasn't necessarily on their mind, which, right. Again, for as massive as this game is, ladies and gentlemen, I got at least 70 hours in this game. I don't even think I'm halfway through it yet. Like, it's crazy. It's been a good experience overall. A lot of content to be had there. Big experiences, massive experiences. Then we have IPs that are seemingly skipping Xbox from right now. Supposedly bringing the Xbox Series consoles back into conversation. Heard you guys talk about that a little bit last night from what I could hear. In 3-bit, just him being the dev that he is, having some of the knowledge that he has. I know he's not the most technical person or whatever, but he does have an understanding because he works with this stuff more so of how it works. And again, it's going to be something else that we got to get into, man. Again, these next-gen consoles are not potatoes. They're again, not being used. It's like, what's funny to me is the fact like we forgot what just happened the previous generation and what happens every generation as we've been gaming. We don't ever get anything that represents what the hardware can actually... Guys, PlayStation 3 released Last of Us at the end of the generation. Like, if that doesn't blatantly show you the potential of what could be possible, not saying it's going to be night and day, right?
It happens every generation.
Bro.
At the end of the generation, we got Ghost of Tsushima at the end of PlayStation 4.
Bro.
Right.
It's like, and then you're still getting some games for PlayStation 4, right? So it's like, it's as much as people try to, poo-poo on those consoles and everything. I mean, hey, you're still getting more content, 30 FPS or not. It's just that there's a lot of deep conversation to have today, and I think I'll be we'll have a lot of interesting talk. So hope you guys are buckled in and ready, and let's get to it. Pong, are you ready?
I'm always ready, sir. I came out the womb ready, and that hasn't changed after 47 years.
He said, I came out the womb ready. I like that.
Yeah.
I feel like that came out of a song.
Probably did.
And
You probably
I 100% agree with you. So let's get to it. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you for joining us backstage. Although, albeit it was a little late, but I appreciate you for being here anyway. Got 20 people behind the stage. Again, like we just talked to, we just went into our what they call those rooms, Pong. God, I can't
Green room?
Green room. Thank you. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Wow. That was completely off.
Drink
Anyway.
that Monster Java. Let's go.
I need to get booted up. But yeah, it's like we just stepped into the green room. We had 20 people sitting at a round table in our green room, and we just chopped it up for a while and said, what's going on? So appreciate you guys being here again. Let's get to the show before I jump off a cliff. Whoa.
Whoa.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I let the morning music rock a little longer than usual. So if you're in your car, you're listening to this after the fact, maybe it's next week, maybe it's next Saturday, I don't know, maybe you're a week behind. You'll get the groove for an extra about a minute that I put on that spin. But either way, when that music come on and you start juking and jiving, you already know what time it is. It's time for Living Splitscreen, ladies and gentlemen. Your Saturday morning show. So I don't like to just call us a podcast. We talk about a multitude of different things, and we like to do different things here. I mean, guys, just last week, we did a little co-stream, showed off some of what Blizzard had going on with the little Diablo, got you guys hyped up for the beta. You never know what to expect right here with Living Splitscreen. But in case you're new, Living Splitscreen is a non-console-centric platform that covers everything going on within the gaming industry. What we really do, we take the RTS approach. That's real-time strategy, in case you didn't know. We pull ourselves out of the world, look at the darker crevices in the map. We pull the resources together to build up our foundation to reach the 3 billion gamers that Phil always talks about. Not only that, but we like to take the ECP, that's that educated consumer perspective, because we're not lawyers and we're not in the industry directly. We're just gamers who are using our own personal knowledge, our business knowledge from our time, personal time in our careers, and just putting it to the test, right? I think that's the greatest thing that makes Living Splitscreen so unique. So if you like what you're seeing here, if you like the intro, hit that like button. Share us out. Tell your grandma about us. Hopefully she can get down. Tell your lost sister about us. Hopefully she'll come back. And if not, none of those things work. I send you much love, much energy, and hopefully at least you had a decent week.
Where did the sister go? Where did the sister go, though?
I don't know. Sometimes they're lost.
That's kind of dark. Did she run away?
Might have. Maybe she went into her room. I don't know. She ran off, and you got to go get her back.
I apologize for Steel, for anybody out there who has lost their sister in some way or form.
Not Now we got dark and all dramatic, and now I feel like I gotta apologize to the people.
Are you saying I'm the only one who thought that, Steel? Or am I the only one that went that way when you said maybe your sister will come back?
Maybe it could have been a little bit dark. But your long lost loved one.
Yeah.
How about that?
That makes it better.
No, that made it better. Okay,
I'll
just drop it. I'll move on.
Yeah. Let's go.
Anyway, so you can tell what kind of mood I'm in. We're gonna have some fun. We're gonna be silly. We're gonna have a good time. Got a lot of interesting things to talk about again. We also had a state of play that happened this week. So again, as you see the title of this episode, state of play has limits, but Hogwarts don't. So we'll see how that ends up going and unfolding for you all. Along with some journalism talk that we got to continue to get into, because there was some outlandish things. And again, we talk about community topics here. And again, the industry is always going to be the focus, but we're gamers and we just care about a community overall. So we try to hit things from a multitude of different angles. Nonetheless, I am one of your hosts, Steel Rain. That's I, Steel Rain, I. The T is a 7. You can type that in everywhere. Google is probably the easiest, where you'll be able to find all the links. And look, I frequent the streets of Twitter and the Xbox ecosystem because it is between PC and the console currently. So, messages, DMs, hit me up, shop it up, get some games in, or maybe you got a topic or two that you want to throw my way. Or maybe you want to tell me, Steel, you telling me to go find my long-lost sister is trash. Hey, I would accept that, and I would apologize to you and say that I love you. But with that being said, I have to introduce one of the most uncanny gentlemen that I have met in this gaming space. Somebody that I consider a brother from another. The X-Men, who is not Cyclops. Because not everybody be a little Mitch, right?
Yeah.
My guy. My bro. Oh.
Yes, that's right.
Oh, how you feeling?
That's right. That intro speaks to me in my sleep, sir. I hear it all the damn time. I'm telling you. Thank you, Steel, for, again, always having the great intro. Nick says LSS is the home of seances now. So
is that what it is?
Yeah. So
okay.
He's taking it to another level.
Yeah, definitely to another level.
We're not calling back anything. Okay, we don't mess around with that stuff here.
So
okay,
we're in Salem. This is Salem now. Living Splitscreen is Salem now. In case you guys didn't know.
No witch hunts. No witch hunts here. No.
Okay.
All right, everybody. Welcome to Living Splitscreen. Another fabulous Saturday morning with two dudes who just have high passion for this gaming industry, and we are back yet again, February 25th.
Oh.
Coming into March. March. We got Starfield news. We got a bunch of stuff to get into, as Steel was alluding to. But I've been doing good still. I've been another crazy week as always. But been getting some gaming in. I have been rocking and rolling on Atomic Heart. First and foremost, Atomic Heart has been very divisive. Some people love it. Some people hate it.
That's some opinions.
It's all over the place. And I understand why. Again, it's not a perfect game by any stretch of the imagination, as we've already previously talked about. But I keep finding new things with this game. And again, I'm not even that far in. I've been putting in maybe an hour or so a night here and there. But this game is, to me personally, I think it's awesome. I absolutely love this game.
Beautiful game.
I hope they're, and I know Munfish is because they already came out and talked about it, but they need to fix this game so that this game, when people do eventually find it and play it down the road, get their best experience out of it. Yes. Because this game's got a lot. Yeah, this game's got a lot to offer because it tries to do so much. And I'm not going to say again that they hit on everything, but the fact that they got so ambitious with their first big title shines through in this, because again, the pacing at which you open up powers and get your upgraded weapons and get the blueprints and meet different characters within the game is really, really well done. Mm-hmm. The combination of powers that you can get when fighting all the different enemies is really cool. Like they did a great job of letting you kind of mix and match how you want to fight. And again, the puzzles in the game, some people are complaining about them. I'm actually enjoying them. Yeah, I'm actually enjoying them. And they've got that puzzle aspect too of hunting down things. Like you'll see a chest way up high, right? And then you got to sit and kind of figure out how to get up there. And it's not plain. Like it's not like one of those things where, oh, I just got to walk around this corner and then I'll find my way up. No, you got to do some hunting, right? You got to do some Tomb Raider-esque, classic Tomb Raider-esque kind of hunting to find the way to get up there. And that just that little stuff just, for me, adds to the gameplay. Some people don't like that stuff. Obviously some people just want to get from point A to point B. But for me, it just adds that side kind of little piece of, oh, okay. So if I want to go get that chest, if I'm that dude, and I am that dude, by the way, that sees something like a chest and it's like, oh, I got to go get this. Who knows what's in it? I'm going to go do that. The enemies are fun. The combat is weighty. The weapons feel good, especially the melee weapons. They have a ton of weight to them. The impact is very well done. Chopping up robots and how they break apart is freaking awesome. So yeah, I'm having a blast with Atomic Heart. Also, I've been playing Shadow Warrior 3 still. Okay. Again, I explained Shadow Warrior 3 to people. It's different from Shadow Warrior 1 and 2. They changed a lot. It's not the same game. Again, the humor is still there. It's just toned down a little bit. But the way that they've set it up where it's more linear, I don't like it as much as the open world, but that's just me because I'm an open world dude. I'd much rather go explore and be able to run around everywhere. But for the sake of being able to pop in and then pop out of a game, this game is like the perfect game. It's awesome because you got these short little segments where it's very linear. Sure, you fight a couple enemies here and there, maybe find a secret, and then you get to an arena, and then you battle in the arena, right? And I'm having a great time with Shadow Warrior, but I love Shadow Warrior. The combat is really, really crispy in this. Tight controls. For me, somebody who plays on normal, doesn't play on hard, the challenge ramps up, but it's one of those ramp ups that, like, at the most, I've got to replay one of the arena sections a few times, but every time I do it, I'm learning like what I did wrong the first couple times, right? Okay. It does a great job of kind of that progression if you're paying attention to the enemies, because they're throwing all different enemies at you when you start getting further into the levels, right? So they introduce each enemy one at a time. Okay. But then all those enemies are showing up in the arenas. All the ones that you learned in the past are now showing up together. So then you got to kind of strategize how you're going to take down all these enemies. Okay. So I'm having a great time with Shadow Warrior 3 too. Lo Wang is freaking just an awesome character. He just cracks me up. I don't care if it's adolescent humor. It's funny to me. I think it's great. So yeah, that's trying to think if I popped into anything else this week. Small. Did I try anything else? I don't think so. I did some more City Skylines. Just absolutely loving that game as a city builder. Getting ready for Anno 1800, which Ubisoft is dropping in April, I want to say. I think it's April, right? Anno 1800 is coming, but City Skylines is a great city builder to get kind of that mentality back again. So I've been having fun with that. Pongville is now almost at 5,000 people. Okay. So we're getting up there. I think that's it, Steel. Pongville. Yeah, no, I didn't get original on that one. Like, I get it, Steel, you've seen some of my characters. Like, when I, create a character, I'll come up with like original names. Like, I try to be creative. Right. This one I didn't. They wanted me to name my city, and I was like, "Oh, okay, Pongville, let's go." I mean,
I don't blame you. I would have named it the City of Rain, or you know what I'm saying. I wouldn't have been as creative either. So,
it's been pretty much each for me, Steel. I know you've been rocking in Hot Wild Hearts. You talked about it in the green room. I've been seeing you online, and you've been wild hearting it up. So
even if I'm not playing, it's sitting at the menu screen looking at it for sure.
Getting those hours played up.
No, not necessarily because it won't count up unless you're actually in game. So if you go back to the menu, it doesn't do that. It's weird that I'm actually like that enough to the point to where I will purposely do certain things so it doesn't count towards my time because I want everything to be accounted for.
You want accurate.
Yeah, I want it to be as accurate as possible. Just because I know people do that. Some people like to inflate their numbers, and hey, to each their own. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely been a Wild Heart week for me. Mainly because it's been a game just like Monster Hunter was in the past for me, where I can do multiple things and play the game still. Right? I could go out on a run, take 6-10 minutes, go handle something in the house, come back, or whatever the case may be. So it's been a lot of that. Also, being able to like listen to podcasts and just like vibe out is one of the things that I used to use Forza for a lot. But for whatever reason, I don't know. Maybe I don't think Forza Horizon is sitting quite well with me. I don't know why. Nothing against Forza Horizon. It's a great game, plays well. It's just something about it. Maybe I'm just ready for motorsport. Maybe that's what it really is. I'm just so hyped and fixated on playing that now. Especially because I think me playing the way that I'm playing on a Horizon is actually working against me more so now. It's like every time I jump back in, I think about it more. I was like, because I play on simulation, everything. There's no way that everybody else is doing that, right? Especially online races and things like that. So it's like, I've debated maybe going more back to the arcade side of things to see how that is, because I never played that way in Forza Horizon, which is kind of funny.
Weird.
It is.
It's an arcade racer.
It's Forza, so I played it like Forza. You know what I mean? Except, the main thing for me was just like, Horizon is just a lot more forgiving. But I don't know. I might go back in and change it because they are bringing the rally now to Forza Horizon 5, which is kind of melodramatic to me, personally, because it's like, guys, this isn't new to y'all. No. Like, okay, it's great that you guys are going to really focus on, if you're really going to focus on rally instead of just dirt racing per se, quote unquote, then okay, I get it. But only if you're going to do it similar to like a Colin McRae, right? Or of those WR or WRC, where you can tell that there's an attention and effort put into it. But at the same time, it's just like, again, I'm not a game dev. I'm not working at Playground. I don't want to say that it wasn't creative, but when I'm expecting out of Horizon is not just, here goes rally racing. That's something that I would expect out of motorsport. Yeah. Here's rally.
It's got the flair still of Horizon Steel,
and it does.
They're doing it their way, with the twist, right? With the Horizon twist on top of it, they're doing it their way. But I don't disagree with you that and we can talk about it later. But the announcement was a little underwhelming, a little bit
short for me, man,
because everybody was kind of expecting it. But I do think you have a point, because I brought this up on PM and the PM on Thursday too, that a lot of us are at the point where we're just looking forward to motorsport at this juncture.
I think that's really what.
So it is what it's great. Horizon, again, fantastic game. This will give me a reason to re-download it and bring it back up again. But at the same time, I'm looking forward to motorsport at this point, right? It's been so long since we've had a motorsport. Like, a lot of us are in that mindset.
And no, it's hard. It'd be easy to say, well, just go play Motorsport 7. You got a PC. Well, yeah. I also didn't, in my career, I didn't have the greatest experience in Forza Motorsport 7. And I'll be honest and say, hey, I did fall off the Motorsport series for quite some time too. Like anything, sometimes you gotta give certain things a break, but then when you get that hype back up for it and that interest is, right there laying in wait also, I think the two just kind of combine together and get you excited for that new. But so that's been, Wild Hearts has been the main piece of it. I've been trying to jump back into Harry Potter to go ahead and finish that up. It's just single player games, I will always look at sideways, man, and I can't help it, because given the choice, because of how time works, it's when you spend an hour, 2 hours in that single player experience, sometimes it just feels like you didn't stay long enough, right? You didn't get to experience what you wanted. You want to keep going, but real life calls, man. And for those of you who are able to finish every single player game that you play, or any game that you play, and all the time, and spend hundreds and hundreds of hours in every game that you play, week to week, and you're completing them on a week to week basis, hey man, shout out to you. Nothing but kudos. I can't do it. Nix, I am a Steel. Steel is a sweaty online player. Yeah, I am. I'll never admit that. Two, I also.
You mean you'll never deny that?
No, I'll never admit that I'm a sweaty because I don't feel like I'm a sweaty. I don't. I just play the game.
I know Paul, you just play the game, but that's what you say. But you know deep down you are.
No, deep down I'm just playing the game. Whatever. Man.
Yeah.
But I'm not like your traditional sweaty player either though. Like I don't really talk smack like that. Like Pong's been in Call of Duty. That's just not what I do, and I've never been like that. Now if we start talking smack, or if the enemy team starts talking, that's different, right? I'm not the aggressor in those cases. I'm more so I'll fight back on you if you start talking crazy. But and nothing against single player games. For those who have enjoyed it, but again, that's why you have your different sections of different style of players, right? Why online gaming is taken off the way that it has, why single player gaming does still have a space, and why I will always go back to, you have to know what's working for you. What's your time like? What do you feel like playing in that moment? Because at the end of the day, if you sit down on that couch, pick that controller up and say, all right, I'm going to boot up a game, you have to enjoy the experience at the end of the day, because you shouldn't pick up a hobby and then regret it. Like that doesn't make sense.
And you put your time into Hogwarts too, though. Still, to be fair, again, you were rocking it. Yeah, you were rocking on that for days, right?
Yeah, I got 70 hours in Hogwarts. I got 70 hours in Hogwarts, man. Like, so it's not like, that's the other thing too, where as I've gotten older also, like I just looking at things differently. I can't, if I put over 40 hours into a game, I can't be like, oh man, even if I don't go back and play it, it's not like I'm going to feel shitty for it. It's just like, I enjoyed it. You know what I mean? And I'll take it for what it is. Now, luckily, I am going to continue playing Hogwarts because I just like that game, but right now it's part of my rotation. We'll see how things go forward. What else have I been into? And Wild Hearts been the main. Other than that, man, that has been pretty much it. My brother's trying to rope me back into Destiny, especially after the state of play saw this week. He sent me a fucking screenshot and was like, "Hey, look at your DMs." It's like, why? It was like, and I went to my DMs, and lo and behold, he shows me a picture of a purchase screen. I'm like, bro, really? I thought, because he swore he swears to God, he swore it all. He was like, yeah, man, I'm not gonna do this no more, man.
Come on. You know addicts. Addicts, they come back.
But it's like we're different on that. It's not even like we sit there and raid, and no, we're the guys that get on and stop playing because people act like they don't want a PvP.
Right.
Or we run into crazy or stuff, or because it just hasn't gotten enough support. So it's just like, what are we doing? Cheaters and everything else. But nonetheless, yeah, so this week's been interesting. I think I think we got some interesting things to talk about today too. So let's get to it. We can start off with shouting out some people if you're ready for that. We can roll right into let's shout out
the beautiful people. We got over 40 in here already. So listen up, all. Stuff Sean. What's going on, man? Happy Saturday to you. Doom Reaper is in here. That's right, Doom, who is a gigantic Baldur's Gate fan and has been waiting 20 years for 3. So him and I had some conversations on Twitter amongst all the Baldur's Gate 3 controversy, which we will get to later on as well. But great to see you, Doom. Eastside Vandal, what is going on? Nix is in the house, as he is every Saturday. Thank you, sir. Tim, the Sorcerer, is in here as well. Talos Ray. Look at Victor Click showing on up here early on Saturday. He was out with the girlfriend last night during Xbox Ultimate. Hit us up with that late super chat as he's always wanted to do. Vic, it's great to see you, sir, making your girlfriend listen to podcasting about gaming. I tell you what, man. Listen, who else we got in here? We got Jacob Novik, of course, is in here. Thank you for modding, sir, by the way. Let's see here. We got Def Leopard. What's going on, Def? Great to have you joining us this morning as well. We got Mr. Kima showing up on a Saturday morning to say hi. What's going on, Mr. Kima? Great to see you, brother. Il Ray Tito is in the house. Il Ray Tito, great to have you in here. And of course, our chat wouldn't be the chat without Black Carday being up in here as well. Thank you, Black Carday. Casket Repair. Casket Repair is in here. Stanley Francois. Stanley Francois. What's going on, brother? Salute to you. Who else we got in here? We got, of course, Blue Moon FC, who always brings the discussion as well every Saturday. Blue Moon, great to have you in here. UK Lad is in the house. That's right. UK is here, dropping in, saying hi. We got Rescue Squad Culp in the house. We got Andrew Cullinane, of course, up in here as well. Thank you both for dropping in here and saying hello. We got the amazing, the one, the only, the Viking himself, Mr. Wandering Dutch from Midweek Mix-Up Collective, who this week was putting out some absolutely beautiful backgrounds for your Xbox, formatted for the way that they've got the tiles set up so that you can see the pictures. He put out like 20 plus of them. So go check out Wandering Dutch's Twitter account. You can find them there. But you can set up your Xbox looking beautiful. He's got a Starfield one that I'm going to download for sure. Great to see you, brother. Who else we got in here? We got M. Gene in his house. What's going on, M? Great to have you in here. And of course, birthday boy himself. Well, a couple day old birthday boy now, but actually, was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday, actually. Dreadpool, of course, dropping in here. What's going on, Dread? Happy belated birthday to you, sir. I didn't catch it until late. Actually, I think it was almost this morning when I caught that you had a birthday. So happy birthday, Dreadpool, if you're hanging out in the background, which you usually are. Dusty is in the house. Calorie is here. What's going on, Calorie? You all are absolutely fantastic people. Thank you for dropping on in and saying hi. All right, Steele, should we get down to This Week in Gaming?
You say, yeah, let's get down and dirty. By the way, Victor Click says, she's a gamer, but blinded by the Sony logo. And don't believe anything I say.
Ooh.
That's not good, man. You need to sit her down with a cup of coffee. I mean, maybe she doesn't like coffee. In my experience, I haven't met a woman that didn't like coffee. But typically, you sit her down with a cup of coffee and tell her why she needs to transition over, or you're gonna have some problems. No, just playing. That's always unique when you can have those little petty arguments, right? Even in the relationship, that's always a good time. Brandon Barnes, gotta shout you out, man. What's going on?
Brandon. Yeah. Did I miss Brandon or did he just show up?
He just showed up.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, man, but let's get into it, right?
All right, let's get into it. We got a light week. Some big titles, though, but light numbers.
It did. Oh, God, they can't hear you, Pong. Hold on. Well, it's not because of that. It's because your audio didn't move over from the other source.
That's because this is what you do during the show to mess with me, because you want the show to yourself.
Is that what it is?
Yes.
Well, what? They're not going to hear you again, so give me a second. Now they hear you. Go ahead.
Okay.
They can hear you now.
Folks, again, if I just disappear off the show one day, just know it wasn't my choice. Okay, that's going to be a Steel choice. Okay, if Steel just shows up and just starts talking about this is his show now,
No.
it's not because I walked off stage. Okay, that's not going to be the case.
My fault, guys. Again, made some changes to the show, so things are a little bit different. But I thought, because I basically essentially copied the voiceover, I thought it moved everything else. But again, I wasn't looking at my audio.
Steel the Tinker. Here we go.
Yeah, man. I mean, hey, as things mmoving along, we got to make some adjustments.
Okay.
Right?
All right. So let's get back to first game of the week. First game of the week, again, is the addiction known as Destiny 2, because of course the Lightfall expansion is coming this week. And what I was saying while Steel was trying to make me go away is that Bungie did an absolutely fantastic trailer for Lightfall during the state of play. Even as a non-Destiny guy at this point, watching that trailer,
yeah, man, it was hype.
It's freaking awesome. It
hype.
really was. So Destiny 2 Lightfall comes out on the 28th for all of you Destiny addicts. I hope you enjoy this one. They are definitely going different with this one. I've seen some of the armor sets, though. Pretty impressive stuff. They've gotten really good with some of their designs. But you guys enjoy Lightfall.
Nick says, Steel, are you a Destiny 2 vet? Nick's, I would consider myself a Destiny 2 vet. I do have over 1,500 hours in Destiny 2 itself, but more so on the PvP side. I'm not a PvE main kind of guy. I don't mind doing that content, but I'm also not the guy to sit there in a party and I did it a few times back in the day, and from that point, I said, I'm not doing this. I'm not sitting in a party 6 hours trying to do one raid. No, I'm so good off of that shit. I'm either PvP or we can get a raid done. We can find a group to help us get it done. Like, for example, the Iron Lords, I know they've sherped some people through. But mainly, if I get on Destiny, it's always going to be more PvP focused. That's going to be my goal over anything else. But I consider myself a Destiny fan. And I love Destiny for what it's worth, more so because I love Bungie. But I'm not in the camp that I think Bungie deserves not to get shot at, right? As far as a lot of the issues that they've had, reasons why I continue to not want to play the game, or why I put the game down, and they're doing it again going into this season, where everything that you've collected up to this point, if it's in your vault, if it's not up to a certain base stat, you have to get rid of it because it's irrelevant. And I don't get that game mechanic. I don't get why in game development nobody had the foresight to think about these things. It doesn't bode well for me personally, because it doesn't show that you respect the player's time. Because people, like the same way they grind for exotics and everything, although I understand why they nerf them or whatever the case may be, but when you take that and you make it easier to get, or you just completely remove the things that people spent maybe hundreds of hours grinding for, you should be able to understand why but just like Fortnite in a lot of ways, although Fortnite's more, since they do update more, they have a team that they're on the pulse, but they do make their mishaps too. Because so many people flock back to them consistently, I'm not sure that they're worried about losing me or losing a lot of their PvP gamers, or because and it's been proven, especially. And what's crazy to me about that, Bungie, a studio that they were the godfathers essentially of console multiplayer, to now treat it the way that they do, especially on a PvP aspect. It's just so weird to me, man. But I can't knock and say that I can't say it's a bad game. I can't do none of that, but I can, make my little stances when I can. But it doesn't help when your brother goes in and says, hey, I like that Lightfall trailer, man. And the Titans got hoods now, man. Okay, but damn, man. It's still, it's a begrudgingly thing.
They know what they're doing, Steel. They know what they're doing. They restart the cycle over every time. So as much as the people bitch and complain, again, if you're one of the people that are a hoarder, which there are plenty of Destiny hoarders out there, I'm a hoarder in all RPG games.
You would have been pissed.
You start that over again. You psychologically start it over again. So again, all of a sudden, all your stuff's gone.
Yeah.
You repeat the same process and you start building up again, and it's a part of the hook. They know what they're doing, man. They do. As much as people complain, everybody comes on back and starts it all over again. So anyways, Destiny 2 Lightfall coming out February 28th. Be ready for that. Dungeons of Aether coming to PC. This is a one-man dev. Looks like an interesting little game. So Dungeons of Aether coming to PC on February 28th. Then a game I had my eye on long ago, Steel. We've seen it at a couple different shows. This was it's a smaller game. It's developed by Madhead Games. It's Prime Matter is the publisher. Coming out February 28th. Scars Above. This was a game that we saw that I instantly was drawn to. This is one with the girl on some type of kind of mysterious planet, and she's gaining powers, and she's got, sci-fi weapons, and she's fighting all sorts of craziness, but it's not nonstop action. There's a lot of what appears to be puzzling aspects to the game, figuring things out. It's kind of like a mystery too on top of it. But Scars Above is one that I'm going to hop into at some point. I will be getting this game down the road because I think it looks freaking awesome for a AA game that's trying to do more. And I always appreciate that from my AAs. So that's coming up
because I didn't see Nick saying it. Nick's, if you are jumping into Destiny this time, again, this is them knowing how to work that hook.
We need to have a Destiny segment here.
No, we're not gonna have a Destiny segment, but he's bringing up a good question. I want to make sure.
Yeah.
I didn't see the question during.
I'm giving you a hard time. Go.
But Nick's, not just Nick's, but anybody who's a new player. If you are a new player to Destiny 2, this would be the ideal time for you to jump in because they're giving you more ways than ever, not only to catch up, but to also be on the ball with everybody else. If you want to jump in, now would be the time. I will say, you may be lost in story, but again, there's videos out there that cover all that back end stuff. And this is part of the reason why I don't like it, because a lot of that story you can't revisit, or you have to go spend $200 on DLC so that you can go experience it. And you don't really get nothing for it when you go back because it's not power leveled up. And again, I haven't done my research on it. I would definitely check it out. The Iron Lords, I know Cog tends to talk about it. I haven't watched his Destiny podcast in quite some time since I've completely dropped the ball on Destiny. But he also has a show that I'll end up trying to find here on YouTube. I'll drop it in the YouTube in the chat. And if you want to check out anything, I would suggest going there. Anyway.
Yeah, Ibantis. Go follow Ibantis. He does a ton of Destiny content with
Ibantis specifically. But then they also have their own pod.
Yeah. And Back from the Dead is another great resource as well.
Back, 100%.
Back jumps in here a lot of times. He is a Destiny vet.
Yeah, super vet.
Super vet with raids and everything.
And everything. So that's another good resource.
Yeah. Both of those are great resources. All right, let's get back to it here. Let me see what we got here. All right. So then we've got Leap coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC. This is a multiplayer shooter, 1 to 60 players from Blue Isle Studios.
Where the hell did this game come from, Pong?
I was going to say, I have not heard of this game.
Hold on.
I have not seen anything on this game. You play around with hoverboards?
We're gonna do this live on air. Here we go.
You play around with hoverboards?
Yeah,
what
bro,
is this?
hold on. We're about to find out right now.
Is this free to play?
It was advertised by PlayStation 2 weeks ago.
I don't remember seeing it. Leap will be heading out to early access. It's early access. So is this going to be like free to play, or is this going to be like?
I got some gameplay playing for it right now.
Okay.
It says Leap is a fast-paced multiplayer first-person shooter featuring epic large-scale battles battles, excuse me, each with players armed to the teeth. Fight for either the United Earth Defense Coalition or the Rebel. Whoever pays the most wins your trigger finger and excessive arsenal. Elite will be available PlayStation on March 1st.
I don't remember seeing this game, Steel. I don't.
Time to get paid.
But it's coming out to everything, and it's early access. It's early access. Yeah, they got hoverboards. What is going on?
It looks like it might be different. I'm gonna have to check this out, man. If it's coming everywhere, my fault, guys. But I wanted to, like, where did this game even come from? But yeah, if it's coming everywhere and it ends up coming out early, whatever the early access is, I want to try it. It looks interesting. It looks like it could be a good time.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I had not heard of that one. All right, so Leap is on March 1st, and then of course, to end the week, Wo Long Fallen Dynasty. The new demo is out now, so if you want to go try the latest demo, go do that. People have it in their hands and are playing the game right now. I know that for a fact. Obviously, they can't talk about it yet until next week, but we're going to be getting some reviews from some people for sure. But Wo Long obviously dropping into Game Pass day and date, as anybody on Xbox knows. This was one of the big third-party titles that we're getting early on here. But it's coming out everywhere, of course. PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC. Wo Long is something that I've already got downloaded, pre-downloaded it. It's ready to rock and roll. I will be hopping into this for sure. I didn't hop into Wild Hearts 10-hour trial, but Wo Long I am going to hop into because I had a great time in the first demo. Yes, it's Souls-like in some ways.
It's co-op.
It's co-op, and it's more forgiving than I think than actual Souls games. So I think I'm going to put some time and see if this one grabs me. Character creation was awesome. So that is very high on my list.
This could be another one where I don't know if we end up getting some time. I might try to. If we have the time to do it, where we kind of do a co-op playthrough, maybe, see if we can have some fun with it. It might be like a, bring us back to that origami experience that we had. That was a good time.
100.
We beat that game, so.
We beat plenty of games. You and I. You had me beating games more than I normally do. So
we were also having a good. To be fair though, we were having a good time with those games too. Like,
absolutely.
A lot of people were downplaying. What's the fucking name of the game again? Now I can't think of it now for whatever.
Which one?
I hadn't played it in a while.
Oh, Godfall.
Well, yeah, we had a good time with Godfall too. So surprisingly, a lot of people didn't. But no, the top down one, isometric one, Diablo-like one,
talking
shooter,
about?
cyberpunk style, Poon out.
You're talking about the Ascent. God,
see how bad that is. The Ascent is so not the greatest name.
I just haven't talked about it. I haven't talked about it in a while. Yeah, I purchased the DLC. We were supposed to go back and play the DLC.
I think that's part of the reason why it's kind of like not right there in reach, because it's not like it's the greatest game that we ever played in the world either. But
it was an amazing game.
But it was an amazing game. It was a good time. But again, it's games like that. Unfortunately, that's when you don't talk about them all the time, or they're not upcoming, and they don't. It's not like they post a lot on Twitter either, advertising their game anymore, which is kind of unfortunate. Guys, hold on, slight side tangent. If you have a marketing team, you have people that are supposed to be leads of this social media accounts that you got. Why are they not posting more of your content? I'm not saying they got to be playing the game all times, but they should be scouring the internet, constantly trying to post content to get the game out there more, to help push sales, right? Yeah. Maybe it's just my personal career experience why I feel that way. I don't know.
I don't know. They should recognize more people. I never understood the big companies, especially the big publishers, who don't have a full-time, or seemingly don't have a full-time staff for social media, because when people are sharing out screenshots and video, like, there are certain companies who always hit those people up or retweet or say something about it. But then you got all these big time companies who never, ever acknowledge that their fans are posting stuff, which is crazy to me.
Yeah.
Like, I would be doing that constantly these days. Like, I constantly.
It's the best way, especially with these 30 seconds clip. You would have, as a social media team, you would have content.
Yeah, it's free.
Days.
It's free content. It's free content. Your community's doing the work for you. All you got to do is retweet, say something nice. like it's instantaneous gratitude that people recognize. Like, oh, this company cares. This company's watching what's going on.
And it could be one piece of content a day.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Whatever the case may be.
Whatever.
I just, I say that, and we should be doing the same thing. But it is what it is.
Yeah, sure.
Everything's timing. These people get paid to do that specifically, though. So it's like,
yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. That's the whole point. But yeah, that's it for this week in gaming, by the way.
Hey,
but we're gonna end it with Wo Long, which is huge. That's gonna be a big game. I hope a lot of people hop into it. I hope this gets some success for Koei Tecmo and Team Ninja, because I think that this has got potential to be a very cool game. And I can't wait. I'm going to definitely be hopping in with Steel on this one for sure. So,
yeah, I'm interested in it. I didn't play the demo. I heard a lot of good things about the demo. Again, I don't play demos. This isn't back in the day. I didn't get a CD that I could pop in my my console and go from there. And I don't really care for demos. Back in the day, you needed it so you can get actual representation of the game. Because all you had was a case or a picture to try to make your decision of whether this game was going to be worth it. Now it's like, dude, I'm seeing gameplay. Like,
right.
I don't need anything else to see to determine whether that's for me or not. That's gonna be interesting. That's gonna be dope. I'm definitely gonna try to be Harry Potter before I jump in. Hogwarts. It's not Harry Potter directly.
Everybody says Harry Potter though.
Because that's what it. I mean, of course.
I know. That's how everybody knows.
But
it.
I'm definitely gonna try to be Hogwarts before I jump into that, just so I can keep my streamline of beating games. So, Pong, I did a lot of talking earlier. What do you think is going to be a awesome topic to get into first here?
Well, sir, caught me off guard. I didn't know you were going to ask me this. Our first topic of the day.
Well, let's state of play.
Yeah, let's start with state of play. Why not? Let's do state of play. Let's talk about it. We can get through the state of play. Talk about all the VR stuff. No, we're not going to talk about all the VR stuff.
We're going to go down list by list and see what's for you or not.
Yeah. I sent you the Polygon one. If it's got the trailers, it's got everything in order too. If you want to use that one, I sent you that one. So, state of play this week. Again, kind of got announced within and it was there a couple days later, right on Thursday. State of play was really interesting. It was going on while I was over on World of Gaming with Boxenberger and Wandering Dutch.
Not a good show.
That was a great show. Go back and watch that one. We had great conversations. It's been a long time since I talked to those two guys. I love those two. We had some great conversations, but it started towards the end of that show. So I didn't actually catch it live. Me and Dutch were kind of watching. Dutch was watching it hardcore while me and Boxenberger were talking. I had it off to the side on my phone. So I kept catching things out of the corner of my eye. And I went back and watched the whole show afterwards back again. And now I've gone back and watched individual trailers multiple times. So yeah, state of play came out of the blue. Again, not going to sit here and say this is the greatest show of all time. The sentiment online is that it was a terrible show from the PlayStation community, even the PlayStation community. You had MBG out here who is a Sony pony through and through, talking about what's going on. Like, what are we doing? Why are we showing this stuff? This is doing nothing. But it was just kind of expected. They laid out exactly what they were going to show everybody, which is another. I always scratch my head when people are like, why did they show this? They told you exactly what they were going to do. And if you are a Sony fan, if you don't understand it's a VR2 push right now, like that's their focus. You literally
just released the device.
Right.
What do you mean?
This is their push in 2023, folks. Like, I don't know how to tell you this, but Sony can have a down year first party wise, right? They can have one of those. It's been a while, but they're due. And you got to kind of start coming to grips with reality that this might be the year where Sony is lackluster. Now, they've got the third-party titles to help them out, but that only goes so far as we've seen. So first party this year for Sony, guys, if you don't have a VR2, you might be a little light this year, okay? That's all there is to it. It's not a big deal. It happens. Again, they're changing everything over there. But this state of play did feel like a filler for Sony to be like, hey, we got to do something for the community. We got to show off some VR2 because that is a huge point of emphasis this
released.
year for us. Yeah, they just released. We got to do something, right? So what do? They gathered together some VR2 games and then went to the third-party partners and said, hey, give us some new footage of some stuff we've already seen before, and let's show it off. There was one surprise in there, which was Baldur's Gate 3, which we'll talk about. And we'll get to it, but I personally loved what I saw out of Suicide Squad. Steel did as well.
Yeah.
We'll get to that. That's also another part of the show that was a big letdown for the vocal majority out here. No, we're in the minority still. There ain't no question about that. We are in the minority. Yeah. But that's okay. Again, not every game's for everybody, and there was some expectations. Whatever.
We'll get into conversation, which I enjoy. So
yeah, Steel, if you're ready, go ahead, break it down. If you want to break it down.
Yeah, well, I mean, we won't get too deep into what all the VR stuff was. I could bring all that stuff up on screen if need be. But again, with a lot of what they showed from VR, it did pull some interest from me. I was like, oh man, that game looks kind of cool. Like the game The Foglands, I was like, yeah, that game looks interesting, man. Not something I'd get a whole VR console for, but I was like, oh, that's dope. The game Humanity was also for VR. It's also for regular too.
It's for regular too. Yeah. Which I was going to talk
but it's also available in VR, which I was like, damn, I wasn't expecting that. So for that to be also available to people who have that, I was like, damn, that's kind of dope.
Journey to Foundation is the one that got me, right?
Foundation was cool.
Yeah, Isaac Asimov, based on his book series, sci-fi. Again, it when I say caught my attention, like for VR, that means it actually made the radar, right? Where I watched it and I was like, okay, I could see myself liking that. Like
Synapse, it's got some, was really dope too.
Yeah, Synapse too. Yeah, Synapse was really good too. But I think the Journey to the Foundation was the one where I was like, okay, it's got some Mass Effect to it. Some of the space scenes, like I can imagine myself being in VR and looking out, into space and see, like that was like, okay, I could see where I get a moment of like goosebumps, like doing that. But then I go back and I rewatch it, Steel, and you still see how far behind VR tech is compared, graphics wise, animation wise, to current games. For what I'm saying, and you start going back and watching it, I'm like, okay, a lot of this stuff is like 360 stuff, like the gun animations and stuff. I'm like, see, that would take away from the experience. And again, why I say I'm not opposed to VR. VR could be the future, but we got to get really far advanced before I go. Okay,
the other thing too about VR, and maybe a slight tangent here, but I heard people just making excuses for play. You just paid almost $600 for this device, and you're like, oh well, this was easier to set up than the first PSVR, and if you've got good light, and sometimes it loses tracking, but all other than that, it's good. What? So if you let's say you bought a PlayStation 5, you pop in Spider-Man for an example, and half the map loads in. You're like, oh man, this game is great, but man, half the map. Oh, or you're playing and you're swinging through the city like Spider-Man, but for whatever reason, he'll shoot the web, but they don't connect to the buildings. Yeah, that's acceptable. Yeah, like or you're pushing up on your controller to try to access some menu, or you're pressing a button to access a menu and the button doesn't work. That's okay to you? I don't know. It's just like, I'm not saying that everything has to be perfect, but it was just like crazy to see some of the excuses that were being made for like, if you got to be in a certain light, and it does do pretty well, and in these certain lights, and like.
To your point, Steel, again, any early adopters of technology understand what happened, right? You take a big giant risk when you're an early adopter, okay? You do. And VR, even though this is VR2, VR still is in its infancy. So you're going to wind up with issues. However, what I will say, Steel, is that there has been a lot more problems reported publicly than I expected out of this. And they're all different types of problems. And I'm seeing a lot of issues, and I'm seeing the hardcore VR people who play VR on the top end stuff to the low, like that's like their gig, right? I saw one dude that posted that video claiming that PSVR 2 is a $600 pile of shit, right? Because he's a VR guy, right? He plays on the highest end stuff to the lowest end stuff, and he admits that maybe he had his expectations set too high for PlayStation, but he says by the way that they were talking about it, he thought this was going to be on the higher end of VR, or that it should be on the higher end of VR experiences. And what he was seeing, he said, was completely unacceptable. He had Call of the Mountain, his left controller stopped working and would not move, so he couldn't progress in the game anymore. And then he had another issue where the right one disconnected. He said it all worked perfect in the menus. Like he said, it was flawless in the menus, but when you got into the game, there was issues. He talked about the ghosting on screen, which should not be happening on a high-end VR. He said there was way too much ghosting. Then they had another post from somebody else who actually had to go to the hospital because when he put the VR set on and turned it on, it went extreme flashing lights in his eyes and hurt his retinas, and he had to go to the emergency room because he couldn't see. Just wild range of different problems. Again, that's going to happen with new tech. There's all sorts of stuff, but I've just seen more of it than I thought I would. The one overarching positive out of it that I've seen is that Gran Turismo 7 is a killer app. Gran Turismo 7 in VR, everybody that's touched it has said it's freaking a fantastic experience. And I can see why. As being a car guy, when they show off walking around the car and getting in the car and checking things out, and you can actually use your side mirrors as you're looking with the eye tracking and all that kind of stuff, that would be a cool experience that I wouldn't mind trying out. Again, nothing I'm going to spend that much money on, but it would be a cool experience. And I think that's their killer app right now. The one thing that they can sell, because Call of the Mountain, even it got good critical reviews for being a VR game. But the people who played it, it's been hit or miss from what I've seen, whether or not it's a worthy experience, or, graphically they say, yes, it's a great VR experience. But actual terms of gameplay, some people are liking it, some people aren't liking it so much. So
yeah, and biggest reason why I was saying that is just because everybody's going to have a jaded perspective for things that they like, right? And I just like talking about things from both sides of that spectrum, because there are a good amount of people who are enjoying their experience with it. But it's not this perfect thing that it's becoming in some aspects for some people being portrayed as. And so I just kind of wanted to throw that out there. But other than that, again, I saw a lot of people going with, PlayStation's the only one willing to take chances. PlayStation is doing VR while Xbox is doing the cloud, which is fine. I mean, you need that. Again, this is competition. If PlayStation needs to do what they feel like is going to be great for them, and this does have the potential to break into a new market, we'll see. I more so speaking for myself, I just can't. This is something else that adds on to. I can't justify that console even for that. Like, I just can't. For me personally, but that's neither here nor there.
Exactly.
Look, you guys are all talking about Suicide Squad, so obviously you guys want to talk about it. We might as well just go ahead and dive neck deep.
We're just gonna go. We're gonna go right to the end of the show. Okay.
We might as well just go to the end of the show. Suicide Squad. No, since we're talking about the state of play. And this was definitely outside of VR. And even in VR, it was just a third-party show. For Suicide Squad, you guys, tell me how you feel right now. How'd you feel about Suicide Squad from what you're seeing? I saw some people in the chat already say that, hey, when I saw this game, I thought about Sunset Overdrive 2. I saw this game. A lot of people from the community too were like, "Oh man, I just see another Crackdown." Here goes Crackdown 4, and which is completely understandable. Again, me and Paul were chopping it up a little bit in the background. And he was like, "Hey man, I even saw some of that," and I could be frank with you guys, and I'd be like, "Hey, that does remind me of what I played, because the last time I played Crackdown was the first game." After that, I
love Crackdown. So it's not a slight for me. I love Crackdown.
Crackdown 2 was kind of whatever to me. It was My problem with Crackdown is that maybe I liked Saints Row more, or I like playing GTA more. And that was too over the top for that aspect of game, right?
Yeah, it was very much arcade like style.
I think that's why I kind of fell off of Crackdown, because I never had anything. I thought it was a decent game. And I'm not in no way, shape, or form am I saying that people who are comparing it to Crackdown or anything like that, or saying that, it doesn't. But the way that it was being portrayed or coming across was they were using it in a negative connotation. The same way that people say God of War Ragnarok is DLC. You can make that own determination whether you feel like that or not, but it's just a perspective. I mean, you could say any second game of its first iteration is DLC technically, and we can have a conversation about what makes DLC versus what not makes DLC, or whichever the case. In this aspect for Suicide Squad, the main aspect that I'm going to come from is, to me, especially as someone for Rocksteady, the first game that I jumped into theirs was Arkham Knight.
Right.
That was the very first one. I loved Arkham Knight. I loved Arkham Knight so much to the point, years later, I went back and played Arkham Asylum and Arkham City. And that was in like this last year. Arkham Asylum, I think, is overhyped. I don't think it's as great of a game, but it is one of those where it's an excellent game, especially for that time, if you think about it that way. And not only that, for it to be the first game of the series, I felt like it was done extremely well. To knock Batman out of the park, knock the whole vibe of Gotham out of the park, and just how the combat, traversal, all that set everything up perfectly. Arkham City was leagues and bounds better than that. And then if I'm going to use Arkham Knight to kind of put the cherry on top of it all, to me, Rocksteady's 3 for 3. They're undefeated. Every game that they've put out is a masterpiece and has been the baseline for combat games going forward. Mad Max copied it. Spider-Man copied it. Other games have also kind of followed along that same mantra. So obviously it made a huge. So me going into Suicide Squad, especially when we were shown it originally, because some people were like, for example, Fuzzy was like, man, it looks like it was a little bit downgraded, man, from what we were shown originally. And I can also understand that perspective. And I can also say, man, you could tell that there was a little bit of CGI put in that gameplay before to make it come across smooth. Of course it is. It's marketing. But going from what we've seen originally into what we've seen recently of Suicide Squad, I wasn't any less interested than I was previously. If anything, I was extremely more interested in what they were bringing to the table, because not only did they show that the game was still going to have its grit, and I'm actually going to go see if I can show some stuff here just so we can have some gameplay playing for you guys in the background while we're talking about Suicide Squad specifically. And let me see if I can find it here. Capture. Boom. So to me, as soon as I saw it, you could tell that it had the grit. To me, it reminded me of the Arkham series, right? Had that aesthetic, it had that art style. This is the game overview trailer. We don't want that. We just want the normal gameplay trailer, the 6 minutes that they showed. Let me see if I can. Can I put let's put a loop on that. So we can just see that over and over again. For me, Suicide Squad presented really well. For a cast of characters that people typically don't care about and haven't really cared about, their movies haven't done the greatest. The first one to the second one, it's kind of not consistent. Also, with everything that's going on within the DC verse, especially in TV shows and movies, it's a lot of it's been really up and down. And then to instantly go into, again, they demonstrate the Flash, and from what I know of the Flash, and again, I'm really loose on the whole DC verse and how all that's treated. The closest I've ever been was really DCUO, and of course, like Justice League back in the day, and Batman back in the day, and things like that. But that's the biggest place that I come from for that. But from what I know of the Flash, him being funny, from what I know of Brainiac or whatever the case, just the whole way that they brought in the aesthetic of the world and the continuation of what I expected out of Gotham, and also giving me not only a cast of characters, but you're also telling me you're giving me the Justice League, and you haven't quite even introduced that in the Arkhamverse either. And for whatever reason, it's working, was surprising to me more so than anything when they showed more of the gameplay. I know people are like, whoa, why are they all using guns? Harley Quinn's, well, guys, from what I know of Harley Quinn, she used guns. I mean, she uses a mallet too, but that was kind of the thing with her. Like, Joker used guns. She's just as demented in the head and does, like, she has those possibilities too. All the characters, none of the characters I looked at and was like, man, they need to be fighting this way. What I did get, though, for some people is that you can tell that because it was from Rocksteady, people did want more of a combat, like hand-to-hand combat-oriented game. And for this to be completely separate from that can be quite jarring, but it also has to be, for me, it's understandable when you're bringing in a cast of characters that people have demonstrated, the community have demonstrated, have not hit for a mass audience yet. That a lot of people don't genuinely care about. Who cares? Nobody cares about King Shark like that. No, the main person that's even relevant to anybody is Harley Quinn.
Yep, I can fix her.
That's it. Nobody else in these cast of characters are like relevant in any way, shape, or form. Now, if you know about these characters, that's going to be different for you, and I get that. But like, you see this dude using this. I don't even know this dude's name. He's teleporting, hitting different people. It's like they mix the different elements.
Is that Shock? Is that his name?
I don't remember what his name. Yeah. I don't remember what his name. I know Deadshot, I know King Shark, and I know Harley Quinn. The last dude's name, I don't remember. I don't ever remember his name until somebody says it. Which again, it's always going to be perspective, but for that reason, I think the type of gameplay that they're going for, and I saw a lot of people who were like, this wasn't their game originally, so this is why it's this way. And it's like, I don't necessarily or can't agree with that. Deadshot's doing exactly what I would expect for him to do. Like, if you're mad that it's a looter shooter apparent, like more so at an aspect, I get it. This isn't focused on Batman. This isn't focused on the Justice League. And if it was a game that was going to be centered around that, you know it would have more combat-oriented gameplay because those characters are more hand-to-hand.
Mm-hmm.
The villains in DC have never been really hand-to-hand, unless you're talking about Deathstroke. Who else can
Captain Boomerang.
Captain Boomerang? Like,
okay.
Like, oh, that's his name, Captain Boomerang?
Yeah, that's his name. Yeah.
His name is Captain Boomerang, using a gun and teleporting. Look, man, maybe he has a boomerang he can pull out. I don't know. Maybe that's one of his abilities. They should have shown it. I will agree with that.
They do. They show his boomerang abilities in this.
So, and if I feel like it was well represented, at least from a gameplay standpoint, what they're trying to introduce, because there's a lot going on in there. You're keeping this in the Arkhamverse. If you guys don't remember, I'm not baby. Arkham Knight has a very talked about ending because Batman supposedly dies, but then Batman's here, taken over by Brainiac. So it's like, okay, so what happened with that? And this is all supposed to happen within that same universe. 5 years later, after Arkham Knight, this takes place. So not only does this happen 5 years later, but now you got the Justice League, now you got Brainiac, now the city's in mayhem, now you have a band of characters that nobody really likes like that, but you got to make them interesting somehow, and you got to make it look well. You got to make it look like it was done well and had some effort put into it. And from the very beginning, when they showed the Flash, I was pulled in. I could already tell the gritty and dark essence of this game from when they showed it originally. And then the way that they ended this presentation with Diana, and I love the way Wonder Woman looks. Like, that is the way especially coming from the shows, that's what I would expect for a live representation of Wonder Woman to look like. She looks strong. She looked like she was an Amazonian. She
looks Greek.
Style. She looks Greek. Exactly. That's another good standpoint. Yeah. She looks that type of attention, because they could have just made her look like Gal Gadot. Yeah. They could have did that for the sake of, people are going to recognize that, right? There's people going to be able to draw some kind of attention to this. And they didn't. They still went for their own style. And everything that in this, from somebody who played the entire Arkham trilogy, start to finish, every game, this oozes Rocksteady to me. The only thing that doesn't is the fact that there's shooting mechanics in it. And then there's more traversal. That's the only thing that separated it out for me. And to me, it looks like a visually pleasing game. As we all know, things don't always carry over well when it comes to the YouTube bit rate. And even if you go back to watch it, some people are like, it still doesn't look great. It is what it is. By the time we get it in our hands, people are going to be making those Arkham Knight comparisons anyway. They'll say Superman doesn't need the Justice League against them all. He could do it alone. And that's been disproved many times. Batman can take out Superman by himself. Just saying. Now, again, it's all comics and everything's set up over certain way. But that's, you can have that argument, but you got to remember how comics are set up anyway. But nonetheless, I thought the game was shown off really well. I get a lot of the references that people were making towards different games and saying that, it's just clones of all these other things. I cannot put any doubt into Rocksteady since they are 3 for 3 at this point. And from what I can see, the care and dedication and effort that has seemingly been put into the presentation, why that wouldn't continue forward. Rocksteady, if anybody from out of the WB camp is going to get the most backing because of their history. And I personally believe that this is going to be another perfect case of just talent speaking for itself more so than anything. I don't know. That's my aspect.
Number one, if this is not the game you were looking for from Rocksteady, I hear you. Okay. I absolutely 100% hear you. There's a lot of people who, again, Rocksteady's been working on, there's rumors that they started on a Superman game. Then they got told they were going to work on this game. Whatever happened in between all that, it's taken them nearly 8 years, Steel, at this point, to come out with a new game from Rocksteady. And of course, there's been a lot of inner turmoil over at WB. They've lost talent as well because of all the nonsense that's been going on over there. So there's a lot of things against this game. And obviously, if you're one of those people that were expecting a more melee-based Arkham-type game from Rocksteady, that's what you were looking forward to because we haven't had one. I hear you, right? I absolutely 100% hear you. If it's a lot like Fallout 76, when Fallout 76 dropped for Bethesda, people were expecting one thing and got something completely different, and people were not happy, okay? People were not happy. So I understand where you're coming from. But it was
also shown a certain way, too. Though.
Yeah, correct. Absolutely. This is being blatant, but people have a right to be upset if they were looking for something different, right? Again, there's nothing wrong with that. And obviously, again, I know for a fact, at least within the Twitter sphere, within this community, Steel and I are the vocal minority. There is no question about it. People are hating on this game already, right? Number one, it's a games as a service. There's no doubt that WB went to Rocksteady and said, hey, we need a monetized game. We need something that's going to make us money. They could have put one of their smaller teams on it, but they knew for a fact they would have a better chance of success if they put their best team on it, which is Rocksteady, right? They knew for a fact that having Rocksteady try to make a games as a service type game with monetization would give it a much greater chance of success than if they had like Avalanche WB, who did a fantastic job on a non-monetized Harry Potter Hogwarts Legacy game. They did a fantastic job with that. But had they come out and announced that Avalanche WB was making a Suicide Squad and showed it off as a game as a service, there would be a whole lot less people interested in it than even there is now in this game. So that was a business decision. And if you're mad at that, I understand as well. For me, I personally don't have any problem with games as a service games. I don't care who does it. As long as they do it quality, I don't care. It's all optional. So if you don't want to participate in the monetization version of this game, you don't have to. You can still play the game, and you don't ever have to spend. Yeah, you don't have to spend a dime. It's all cosmetic. Now, if you're the type of person who gets mad because you know you're going to go play this game and then you're going to spend money on it because you want those costumes, well, that's a you thing. I don't know what to tell you, but the companies know how to get the money out of you. Okay, that's just what it is. But I don't have a problem with that. And I guess the big thing for me with Suicide Squad specifically was I had no expectations. Still, again, I'm not the superhero dude, right? Overall, I'm not the superhero dude. Superhero games, take them or leave them for me. Again, I'm the guy who will say Spider-Man was good, but like I don't care. Like I don't need a PlayStation 5 to go play Spider-Man 2 because it didn't do anything for me. I don't care. So I had zero expectations coming into this. And when I first saw it, I was like, okay, it's another superhero game, whatever. Again, I played Arkham, but I never came close to completing Arkham. I've dropped off Arkham like 4 or 5 times. Like I've gone back and tried playing it. Love the combat in it. Love the atmosphere, right? Love the dark, all that kind of stuff. Love all that, but I fall off of it because, again, I don't have an attachment to Batman like that. I just don't. So when I watched this, when I saw the first early trailer, I was like, all right, cool. They're doing Suicide Squad. It's Rocksteady. I'm sure it's going to be high quality. It's Rocksteady. They're one of the best studios out there. So I expect it to be high quality, but am I really interested in this? No. Co-op kind of is cool because, again, now that I'm in this community, I have friends like Steel, Mav, and everybody else that plays co-op games. So it's always interesting for me now. But I didn't have any expectations. But now that I saw this trailer, because I don't have the attachment to Arkham like that, because I didn't have expectations of Rocksteady, I can look at this trailer from neutral eyes, and they're giving me everything I love. They're giving me loot. I love looting. I love looter shooters. I'm a looter shooter addict. I love everything about them. They got that in spades, Steel. They talked about how they're going to have gear sets that give you the powers of other DC characters, right? Like you can get a Bane gear set, which all of a sudden will change your weapons and your melee to give that poisonous effect to them, right? You're going to be able to collect gear sets, weapon loot. It's got all of it that I love about a game like Borderlands. And you guys, again, that say, well, I don't want Borderlands from Rocksteady. I get it. I understand it. I'm not gonna complain against you. You have every right to feel that way. For me, that got me more interested. Then you give me the Crackdown feels. And like I told Steel in the DMs, Crackdown was one of the first games I thought about because of the movement and the verticality that they were showing off. Absolutely had some Crackdown to it, right? The camera angle of when you're up in the air and you're shooting, Crackdown. I love Crackdown. Hey, win number 2 for me, right? Win number 2. Then they showed some of the story to this game, Steel. And again, as a non-superhero fan, I don't have expectations, right? I don't have them. I know it's a comic book game, right? I've read plenty of comics back in the day when I was into Uncanny X-Men and all Spawn and all those. Like I read a ton of comics, so I know what I'm going to get out of comic books. But then when they showed the story, that's when I saw Rocksteady through and through.
Yeah. 100%.
Because sure, this is Suicide Squad, so sure, it's got the humor. Sure, it's got the cheese to it because the characters, like Steel was saying, aren't the most popular characters outside of Harley. Not the most popular characters, and they are written a certain way because it's Suicide Squad. But, like Steel brought up, then you get the scene with the Flash and Wonder Woman. And when she lassos him, and she's telling him to talk and tell her the truth, and there's that whole moment of the back and forth, the intensity, staring in Diana's face as she's waiting for something and flashes being
manically
silenced.
laughing as she
with the
fucking laughing truth.
But then it goes silent and you see Diana waiting for what he's going to say. And he says, "You have to kill us all, Diana." Like, yo, okay, now I know we're going to have some real seriousness to this. Like, this is like,
it's going to have some weight to it.
It's going to have some weight. And I don't know if you guys all noticed, there's quick flashes to some of the other Justice League members, like Superman and Batman. There was quick flashes to them that showed a much darker kind of environment than what we were seeing in this demo here. And that was my point all along, is that this is a sunny kind of open city kind of atmosphere. You tell me when you're hunting down Batman, you think you're going to be in the sunny open city? No, man, you're going to be in the dark. You're going to be hunting him down in the dark crevices, trying to find him, all that kind of stuff. I think they're going to have a lot of different environments, right? So that also appealed to me because I said, okay, well, this might be a story. And again, the story isn't the be all end all for me in these games. If I'm having fun looting and shooting, I could care less, honestly. If the story's there, that's just an additional kind of bonus for me. So I'm like, cool, right? I'm like, cool. I got a story that I might be able to get into here as well. So they hit consistently notes that were speaking to me. And again, if they're not speaking to you, that's fine. The battle, I got to say, though, that this right here, Rocksteady, they bumped this game up on my most wanted list in 2023, which is already jam-packed. They bumped this way up on that list.
Yeah.
Because I'm looking at this game going, this is a game I can play single player, and I've still got the team aspect because they have bots with the team if I'm not playing co-op.
I talked about that.
Again, it's got my girl Harley. If there is a comic book character that I'm going to say, hey, I want to play Harley, I definitely want to play Harley. They got all the customization. They talked about it too, Steel. They did the Hogwarts thing where you get transmog out the gate. You don't have to worry about looking goofy with your latest, the highest rated gear and it mismatching everywhere.
Right.
No. They're going to allow you to create the character that you want to create with the outfit that you want to have on. So you got that look down. I'm all about this game. And again, vocal minority, I know. But I don't have a problem with the games as a service. I don't have a problem with the battle pass. I don't have a problem with the UI looking like Destiny, looking like every other looter game out there. I don't have a problem with any of that stuff. It doesn't turn me off because I didn't come in with any expectation. So Suicide Squad hit all the right notes. This was a great showing for me for State of Play. I'm definitely day one on Suicide Squad at this point.
Yeah,
depending on where Starfield drops, Starfield is going to affect all my buying in that area. This comes out May 26th, which is the day before my birthday. So if I'm not in the middle of Starfield, or if Starfield isn't dropping, April-ish, well, we'll see. A lot of things depend, but I'm day one on Suicide Squad. I think this is going to be a blast, and at least I know I got one person who's interested, which is Steel. So Steel and I will be dropping into this game, playing some co-op, doing some loot. So I love Suicide Squad. I loved what I saw out of it, and I'm excited. And I do trust Rocksteady that this is going to be, if anything, a polished, high-quality game at the end of the day. We also did get word, Steel, which I said when I was watching the trailer, and Box and Dutch and I were talking about a little bit. This looks like it's going to be a 60 frames game. Rocksteady came out and confirmed they're shooting for 60 frames, which, that's all I needed to hear, because the fast-paced action, I was like, there's no way they're doing 30 on this thing. There's no way. It's way too fast. It's not Gotham Knights. This is something on a different level. So I was happy with that as well. So go Suicide Squad. I'm down for this one for sure.
Yeah, man. Again, it's definitely something that's different. And somebody made a good point. I don't know if it was Nick's or not. I think it might have been somebody else. They were like, and to be frank, I don't want other games to be Spider-Man or Batman Arkham Knight. I want superhero games to do something different. All of them don't need to play the same. And there's very few characters, especially for a cast that, again, for them to use a representation of the Flash and also use Wonder Woman, two characters that in that huge league of great heroes that are known from DC, they're probably on the lower echelon of that ladder. And for them to pull that type of emotion out, at least to me, That's why it displayed, well, if you could do it with these characters, wait till you get to Batman. Wait till you get to Superman. Does Superman really take it over the edge, right? Are we really going to be able to pull Superman back? And from how the Flash makes it seem like that's not going to, of course we know different. We can see do a lot of those tropes and whatnot, but I think it's just gonna be interesting to see overall.
And Doom makes a good point too. Diablo is coming out a week later. Like, I mean, they are in a tough spot, right? They are in a tough spot. This is going to be a tough sell for Rocksteady just because of the overall opinion right now. Although the masses won't hear that opinion, different styles, but did Rocksteady make a mistake, or WB make a mistake with making this game based on the Suicide Squad, which, as Steele pointed out, doesn't have the most popular characters, doesn't have that instantaneous draw? We're going to find out. This might be one of those games that is quickly on sale. This might be one of those games that doesn't sell well at the gate, especially around the Diablo time. You're absolutely correct, Doom. That's going to be a problem for them because everybody's going to be looking forward to Doom, and that's your looter, or Diablo. Diablo. That's going to be your looter for a lot of people. So that aspect may not draw as many people to Suicide Squad. We'll have to wait and see. It's going to be interesting.
As long as Diablo releases in a good state.
Yeah, on the 6th. Yeah, correct.
Nick says, damn you jaded gamers, unfortunate for Rocksteady. And again, the biggest aspect for me is I don't have a reason to deny or put down Rocksteady. I saw some people trying to make the comparison to, I heard this last night actually, they're making the comparison to CD Projekt Red. And I was like, that's not even the same. CD Projekt Red is also, they have been known to be kind of inconsistent, but in the end, making really good games.
Yeah, Witcher 3 was
completely broken on release, and over time it became a lot better for some people. Me and Pong started the game 5 times and
it became a GOAT for sure. Yeah. So again, there's no denying it, and I think that's, listen, I hear the conversations about jaded gamers. I hear the conversation. Listen, I'm never going to be that guy. You don't have to like everything. Like, that's not a part of this. Like, you don't. Even if some of it is hate train stuff, which we've seen time and time again, where it's just cool to hate on something, like you as a gamer got to make a decision. I don't expect gamers to go out like a lot of this community does and spend $70 to not like a game.
Yeah,
that doesn't make any, like, if the game isn't hitting for you, like from what you see, then so be it. Again, Last of Us 1 is a GOAT. It's top 10 all time for me.
Yeah.
But when I saw Last of Us 2, and I saw the story, like, that's not the story I wanted. But you're going to try to tell me that I have to go play the game because, hey, it's one of the greatest games all time to a lot of people. I have to go play it, or otherwise I'm a jaded gamer. No, again, it wasn't the story I wanted. So why would I go force myself to play it if I already, and The Last of Us, for the story part of it, again, it has nothing to do with gameplay. The story is the draw for The Last of Us, right? Again, the gameplay is phenomenal. I won't take it away from their mechanics and all that kind of stuff what Naughty Dog did. It looks great. It looks phenomenal. Gameplay looks amazing. But the story is the main part of The Last of Us. And if it wasn't appealing to me, why would I go force myself to play something that I'm not looking forward to? Like, right. So, it's not always about being jaded gamers. Sure, there is some of that. It's not always about, we're entitled gamers now. Of course, there's a lot of entitlement.
It's
out
a hobby.
Here.
Like, come on.
But it is a hobby, and you got to enjoy what you're playing, and you gotta have that experience. Again, the vocalness or telling somebody that telling somebody that they're not a gamer or they're not a hardcore gamer or an enthusiast because they don't play every game or go spend $70 on games they're not going to enjoy. That's where I go, no, that's clownish. That's clownish. Like, you got to stand on what you believe in. And if it's a game that's not showing off for you, then it's a game that's not showing off for you. That's okay. That's okay. I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah. And for sure. And again, overall, for the state of play for me was about a 7 out of 10. And again, I know that's also a lot higher than some other people have rated, or a lot of other people have rated it. But with me and Pong are very similar in this aspect. When we look at these shows, we look at them in a vacuum, and I saw things that pulled my interest. Now, are they things that are going to make me go buy a console? No, but I can't be dishonest to say it didn't pull it and be like, okay, I can see how that's interesting. But that's also how I've kind of become in my gaming habits. Just because I don't have the console, just because it didn't give me reasons to go buy the console, doesn't mean that I have to be down on it, or that I can't look at it. So the biggest thing is being able to look at it subjectively, right? Yeah. In my personal opinion. And Destiny 2 Lightfall, again, that's another great example of Sony using their marketing, because that is owned by them. They did have something first party there that will pull in millions of players. So they did something for somebody. So Destiny 2 Lightfall, that trailer wasn't good enough, so it's a 0 out of 10. I don't get the concept of how that makes sense, because anybody could look at any other showcase. Like, for an example, Xbox Developer Direct. Somebody could have looked at Redfall, Forza, Minecraft, maybe not Forza, because that is kind of disingenuous, especially as far as racing sims go, or just racing games overall go. Or you could have saw Redfall, Minecraft, and some of the other games there and said, "Oh man, those games aren't for me. It's a 2 out of 10." Hmm? Fine. That's completely up to you. Yeah. It's just, it does open up a difficult conversation, because at least to me, you have to try to be subjective, because I think that's what adds when we talk about it in that way, like in that negative light, it comes across as we are too entitled, as enough would never be enough. Like, if you don't show me the top shelf all the time, I don't want to see what's on the bottom shelf.
Or you don't show me what I want.
Or if you don't show me what I want, then it doesn't matter.
Right.
Good point.
Right.
I don't know if I agree with that.
In this day and age, it's impossible, because there's so much content. Not everything is going to be for everybody, but there is something for everybody. But at the same point, these companies still have to show off games, whether you're interested or not. That's part of the deal, right? That's part of what happens. And so not every show has to hit for you. Again, I gave the show probably like a 6.5 from the standpoint of excitement levels. Like I said, it went up because of how Suicide Squad showed for me. It went up because Baldur's Gate 3, which we'll talk about here in a minute, Baldur's Gate 3 was shown off and announced for console, even though that was a whole controversy unto itself. But, those two things bumped it up. Again, I had seen enough of Resident Evil 4. It looks
outstanding,
ridiculously good. Like,
I'm not
Capcom,
it kind of makes me want to play.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to play it. It's not going to be day one, but I'm definitely playing this.
And it's co-op too, I think, from what I saw.
This looks, no, I don't think Resident Evil 4 is co-op.
Is it not? Oh, you had help. That sounds about right. My fault.
But what they're doing is nothing short of stunning with Resident Evil 4. Like, they're taking what they did with Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 3, and they're taking what people consider the best out of a whole Resident Evil series 4 and going to another level. Like, this looks freaking ridiculously good. Street Fighter 6, again, showed off very well. They showed off, the remaining characters that were to be shown. Cammy, one of my favorites, is looking awesome.
And I'm back and forth with that one, man. It's I'm 1 foot in, 1 foot out. When they showed me, I was like, I don't know if I want to play this game, man. Okay. And it's one of those things, because Street Fighter has always been my downfall as far as fighting games go. Yeah. Just because I don't like the way they have the combat set up. I don't know, and it's funny because I don't know why it doesn't work in Street Fighter for me, but it works in games like Guilty Gear. Right. Like because it's almost the same concept. Like, you have to be sitting still to do a move, right? Or to do combos. It's all about timing and things of that nature. Yeah. But I can also be fair and say I am more on the Tekken, Soul Calibur, Dead or Alive side, that 3D plane where you're able to move around and stuff kind of field. And I think that's probably what it really is. But probably. I don't know.
It's fine.
But Street Fighter 6 has custom characters though, so it's like,
yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. As a button masher, as not a serious fighter gamer, like I love everything. Right. I find enjoyment in most fighters. So for me, I look at Street Fighter and like, I'm just happy Street Fighter 6 is coming back to all platforms. I'm happy that they continue to evolve Street Fighter little by little. Like they take everything, and now that they're going to have this kind of custom create your own character mode, single player kind of lobby system, like that appeals to me because I enjoyed the Mortal Kombat single player stuff, like the different stuff outside of the fighting. Like I enjoyed that. That gave me value as somebody who's not going to get competitively get in there and start fighting, right? I'm not going to learn all the moves. I'm not going to do any of that. You give me more options to enjoy the game outside of just the straight up combat, I'm going to give you bonus points for that. And Street Fighter 6 is definitely doing that. And the character models look great. Like the animation looks fantastic. Like I love what I'm seeing there. And this is the year of the fighter, which is going to be insane, especially with Xbox, because they're getting some of the older games like Guilty Gear Strive, like Blaze Blue, both coming to Game Pass this spring and summer. On top of now, again, we'll talk about a little bit later, the leak, internal leak out of the finance conference that they had for WB, where they announced basically Mortal Kombat 12 is coming this year, supposedly too. Now that we're getting the big three, the only one we're not getting is Soul Calibur. This is a huge year for fighting.
That ends up being an announcement for Soul Calibur.
Would that be crazy?
Randomly.
Yeah, Soul
At
Calibur,
E3, we get an announcement for Soul Calibur.
For Soul Calibur coming
releasing this
year.
November or something.
Yeah, that'd be crazy.
That would be fucking. It's like, yo, how do we do? How?
Right.
But again, I think it would reinvigorate the fighting scenes.
Yeah, no, it's already going to be reinvigorated this year just from how much is dropping. With the big three dropping, it's going to be giant. Let's touch on Baldur's Gate 3 because that was also a part of this. Again, know a lot of you in the chat will tune out during this. A lot of people don't know what Baldur's Gate is, could care less about Baldur's Gate. I understand. It's niche. It's a CRPG from back in the day. If you didn't enjoy them back in the day on the PC or the remastered versions for console, then you'll have no interest in Baldur's Gate. But for me, this was a big announcement. Baldur's Gate 3 has been in preview over on PC for years now, literally years. They've been working on this game live as people play it. And Larian Games if you've known Larian Games from anywhere, it's going to be Divinity of Sin. They are ridiculously good at making CRPGs work not only on PC, but work on console. They are some of the finest devs when it comes to that. They've proven themselves. They have the track record. And so people kept asking them when they announced Baldur's Gate 3 for PC and went to preview, is it coming to console? And they always hinted that maybe eventually it'll come to console. So a lot of us who are looking forward to this game have been waiting on that announcement. And of course, they show up at the State of Play and announce they're coming to console. And it looks so freaking good. I can't wait. And it's coming out this year. Add to the 2023 list of games. So I was hyped, but of course it was a State of Play. So you get the announcement. It's only going to say PlayStation 5. Right. The interesting part, Steel, was, as we all know, Sony, if they have timed exclusivity, if they have permanent exclusivity, they're going to tell you that is exclusive. None of that language was used during the State of Play when they announced Baldur's Gate 3. So, of course, the questions came out instantaneously. Like Mav did, I hopped online right away to try to get the answer, trying to wait for that tweet from Idle Sloth or from Grub or from Andy Robinson or VG, anybody to say, oh, Baldur's Gate 3 announced at the State of Play today, also coming to Xbox, right? I was just waiting for that. There was none of that. There was none of that, Steel. There was none of that. So then you saw the community start to ask questions. Is this coming to Xbox? What's going on with the Xbox version? Is this an exclusive?
Because it did say, like, if you try to go look it up, it did only
if you look it up on
says PlayStation and PC.
PC and Mac, of all places. And Mac of all places, right? So crazy. So that started this whole controversy. So again, number one, Baldur's Gate 3 is looking fantastic. If you want to have any interest in it, it's a turn-based, classic-style CRPG that you can play co-op, which is absolutely awesome. Go check it out. Customizable characters, all the good stuff you're looking for in a CRPG is here, but updated to more current gen. So that started the controversy. The questions went out. No journalists were asking questions, Steele. Shockingly enough, talk about journalism. No articles like we saw with Wolong when Wolong had their announcement for Xbox and it was Game Pass and there was no mention of PlayStation. That same day we had journalists out here breaking NDAs going, oh, don't worry. It's just a weird 3-day marketing thing, right, but it's coming to PlayStation. Don't worry, PlayStation fans, Wolong is coming. It's not exclusive. We didn't have any of that. And again, I know Baldur's Gate 3 is not your Starfields. It's not any of the big games. It's not the biggest game, but they've done that plenty of times when Xbox has an announcement for a game and no PlayStation is announced. We have journalists digging deep no matter how big the game is going, oh, no, it's coming to PlayStation. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry. We confirmed it's coming to PlayStation.
And that's a fact.
None of that for Baldur's Gate 3. So I put out a tweet saying, hey, journalists, any of you guys want to do your job? You want to do the work? Ask some questions. The community wants to know if it's coming to Xbox. Why don't you guys answer the questions? I put out that tweet. It actually got a lot more traction than I thought it would. Yeah, peep that. People were crazy. But nobody, dead silence. Dead silence from the journalists. Just no article asking the question. Larian Games, again, if you went to their website, like Steele said, no mention of Xbox. So that started a whole big kind of uproar here. And again, whether or not people are being genuinely curious about Baldur's Gate 3 because they're interested in the game, or whether they're hopping it on for the console war stuff like, hey, we need answers on it, doesn't matter. The main point here is the community put pressure where the journalists weren't. Now, shout out to Push Square as one of the few websites. Jez also was deep diving it as well. And I had those tweets ready too. So. Yeah, good, perfect. So Push Square, though, a PlayStation-centric site.
Yes.
Actually did reach out to Larian Games PR and got a response. Again, that's my problem. These journalists, especially the big sites, they have first-class tickets to the PR departments that nobody else has access to. If IGN reaches out to a PR department, they're going to get a response.
Right.
None of them did that, but Push Square did. So, credit to them. They got a response, and the PR came back and said, it's coming for PlayStation and PC and Mac as of this time. Any other versions will be announced when they're ready.
Right.
At least they got an answer. At least there was some clarity. And the PR department also said it's not exclusive. Okay, so we got some more clarity. We don't have an exclusivity agreement. Okay, cool. Those are off the table now. So now we know the potential is there. The community put enough pressure on, and I'll let Steele jump in here if he's got the tweets from Jez and the back and forth that he did have with the director of publishing for Larian Games as well, who has been quite vocal on Twitter, and I got to give him props later on as well. But this started the community thing. Within 24 hours, Larian felt the pressure and actually put out a full statement. Right. And they acknowledged that, and I'll let Steele kind of get in details if he's got some of the details there. They acknowledged that the Xbox version is in the works. They've just run into some technical difficulties with the split screen co-op aspect of it. So they didn't feel comfortable announcing the Xbox version being released at the same time, because right now they're unsure if they'll be able to hit that mark. They're working to fix it. They're working to get it up and running. As soon as they know that they can give that launch, they're going to announce the Xbox version as well. But it was up to the community to make that happen. Larian Games, again, shout out for them for coming out and answering the question. I thought they should have done it right away. Had they come out after the state of play and said, oh, by the way, we are working on the Xbox version, but we've run into some hiccups that we're trying to work through. We'll have more details later. None of this would have happened. Everybody would have been cool. It would have been great. Transparency is great. But we did finally get the answer. So, Steele, go ahead. If you've got those tweets there with Jez and maybe the director of publishing.
Yeah, I got those. I got those staged up here. But I just wanted to also kind of add on to.
Yeah, add. No, you can't talk about it. I just did.
Perfect. perfect. But no, I mean, because I saw people mentioning, that there is some fake outrage about it, and to Pong's point, the entire principle of the situation was that people were just looking for clarification, right? Yeah. Especially at a time where clarification could be more poignant than ever. Now, there's nothing wrong if the game was going to be exclusive to PlayStation. They pay for exclusivity, then it would have been what it was. People just wanted to get clarification on whether it was coming to Xbox or not. And again, PlayStation did a really good job of making sure that you were going to associate it with PlayStation, which inadvertently caused some pressure on Larian about the Xbox version, which could be a negative for PlayStation per se, because it did start the conversation in kind of a backwards motion. Instead of talking about PlayStation, it being on PlayStation, now you're talking about it being on Xbox, which is like, that's not necessarily what you wanted, but the people are talking about your game. So again, you got to take your negatives and add some positives.
For Larian, it's good.
Yeah.
And I've got the quote from the director. I posted it to you too.
Perfect,
as well.
Perfect. Let me see if I can.
Which was an addition to his back and forth and clarifying. He also had a very cool perspective that I tweeted out that I thought deserved respect, because we don't get this perspective from developers in this day and age very often. We've seen the combative developers. We've seen the developers go after the community. We've seen a lot of complaining from developers about the community, which again, in some instances is correct when it goes over the line. But this guy specifically at Larian Games has an interesting perspective, and I thought it was a very good one, to say the least. So go ahead, Steel.
Yeah, 1,000%. Right here we have Jazz ended up, because he did have some back and forth with Larian and whatnot, but he goes on to say Larian clarified the Xbox version that is still in the works, but they're having technical issues over the split screen aspect. He goes on to say, glad to see some transparency. Do wonder if this is due to the Xbox Series S though. And that's a very real question to ask, because we do know in the Series S, it does have a limited RAM pool compared to its bigger brother, the Series, which RAM can be an issue as far as gaming is concerned, because resources matter and that can have an effect on it. Not saying that it can't be done or whichever the case, but there may be some additional changes that may need to be made. Now, I did hear Forte come on with you guys yesterday and say, it could be infrastructure. I don't think it's again, from what I understand, the Xbox ecosystem is all one ecosystem. It's all the same thing. It's all talking the same language. The difference is going to be, in this case, more so the RAM pool on the RAM for the Series S, just like it would be RAM for a smaller computer compared to RAM on a more beefy computer, for an example. There are certain games to where you need, let's say you need a minimum of 32 gigs of RAM. Well, I'll say more so 16. We'll say 16 gigs of RAM. And if you only have 8 gigs of RAM, you're going to run across some issues, or you're going to have to adjust additional settings on your PC to get it to run at a reasonable aspect, if it even runs as intended. But that's why there's that deviation. So I wanted.
But the director came out and shot that down too, though, right?
Okay.
So because the clown show, the Red Dragon, part of the clown show over on the Sony side, ran with that Steel and directly said they're having problems with the Series S, and the director of publishing came underneath him and said, no, that's not what at all is happening here. So he shot that down immediately.
And that was the biggest reason what comes to my mind first, looking at it more of a
and that's why Jez
aspect more so, right? And how the different systems work. So I was looking at more of a technical aspect. I can see maybe that this is the issue. Not saying that is, but the community manager went on Reddit also and says, "Hey y'all, thanks for all the hype and enthusiasm following yesterday's announcement that Baldur's Gate 3 is coming to PS5 day and date PC on August 31st. And again, they still have plenty of time to work on this game. August 31st is still quite some time away, guys.
Correct.
Like, we're talking about 6 months type of time that you have between. Xbox players, we've seen your questions about when you can expect Baldur's Gate 3 on Xbox. We've had an Xbox version of Baldur's Gate 3 in the works for some time, but we have run into some technical, particularly with split screen co-op. We are working, and again, split screen co-op is local.
Yep.
So there's that another aspect that you have to look at, that you have to consider. We are still working on the Xbox version of Baldur's Gate 3, but we're not yet confident enough to announce it. We don't like announcing anything until we're ready, because we don't want to get people's hopes up until we're sure that we can deliver. There's no platform exclusivity preventing us from releasing Baldur's Gate 3 on Xbox day and date, should that be a technical possibility. If and when we do announce further platforms, we want to make sure each version lives up to our standards and expectations. Thanks for understanding.
Correct. And again, for people who don't know the history, this did get blown up even more so because Larian Games, back a couple years ago when they first dropped Baldur's Gate 3 into preview, said that they were not going to be exclusive to any one ecosystem. Like, they made a big point to say, we're not doing that exclusivity game, right? So that's where a lot of these questions, because people pulled those old quotes and said, did you go back on that? Now are you exclusive with Sony? That's another piece of the uproar as well, because people were trying to say, hey, now you guys said you weren't going to play this game. Are you playing this game now? Right.
And then we had some additional document details come out from Crown Welp. I believe is how you say it. He's the director of publishing at Larian Studios, as you see here. And he goes on to say quite a few things. We're kind of going to go top the bottom if I can and kind of go from there. He said, couch co-op being in an RPG of this scale is a technical hurdle, full stop. We have hardworking teams who care a great deal working on couch co-op across all platforms. Since DOS 1, Divinity of Sin, there's a reason many RPGs don't do it. Developmental hurdles are normal. This has always been a big one. Yeah, it would be easier to not have specific features and have guarantees that are easier to communicate, but fuck that. You can literally be on different sides of the world at the same time. It's working on, even if it's complicated. And see, until the detail that you're saying, and I want to hear more about that too, where you're saying they clarified the thing about the RAM or whatever the case, if that's a technical, unless you were speaking to this more so. Because when I read this yesterday, this is what kind of told me more so, okay, if it's the co-op aspect, I can see why it's not an issue, for an example, for Series X and PlayStation 5, because they're very similar, but I can see why it's an issue for the Series S. Nothing else. Not a smaller RAM pool. Again, it's not like, oh man, the graphics are going to be different. No, not necessarily. That's not what it means. But since, like he mentioned, since there is a lot going on in the world, since you also can be on separate sides of the world also, or of the map, it's a technical hurdle that they have to face, right? So he goes on to say, and believe me when I tell you this, the people working on this care. They're best in class. They're solving unsolvable problems. I am in awe. I don't ask you to be in awe, but I do ask that you let them figure it out in peace. And he also goes on to say, which this is important, because if we're going to continue this forward path of accessibility, Microsoft's going to continue its path. It's very dope to see that Barry AFK come out and say, thank you for letting me know that the console audience cares about Baldur's Gate 3. You care, we care. It's part of a beautiful relationship. And this is the face of somebody who understands how marketing or how the internet works. That understands that there can be bad people out there, and people are going to say whatever they want to say. But if anything, this is showing that people are excited. People want to play this game. And that is why they're talking about the way that they are. Want to see if there was anything else important anyone to draw in here. I think that was pretty much it. There was another important point that he made too. Let me see if I have it in the damn shit real quick. I thought I
had reposted to you. I've got it right here. So another part of this one, he was going back and forth with Jez because he took issue with Jez describing it as an internal delay.
Yeah.
And he was very clear in saying, and Jez used the term delay as in just slowing down, but obviously in the grand scheme of things, delay nowadays is something different that's taken differently. So this gentleman from Larian Games wanted to make it clear that it was not a delay of the Xbox version, that it was simply a slowdown, which was normal. But somebody else posted to him under that, Cryptic 16 did, and said, you're going to have a lot of salty people demanding to delay the game until the Xbox version can also be released the same day. I can feel it. Now, this is where he gained a lot of respect from me, because his response to this was, I'd rather live in a world where people cared and sometimes voiced that passion in a way that wasn't quite right than one where nobody cares. In a lot of industries, nobody gives a shit. At least we're lucky in games that people care. Again, different perspective from what we've heard from devs. Different perspective to say, hey, I understand sometimes passion isn't always given in the right way, isn't always expressed in the most comfortable way, that sometimes fans are going to be passionate and say things that maybe aren't right. But I'd rather have that than nobody care. And I think that also went to the quote that Steele had just also read from Twitter, his other quote about that, hey, people care, fans care, we care. That's what's important. And again, he backed that up with that statement there to say, hey, I'd just rather have this than nothing at all. I'd rather have this than a bunch of people who give a shit about our game. Like this is good. So I think that was a different perspective that I definitely respect nowadays in 2023 coming from a dev. So
no, 1,000%. And I was speaking with Rogue in the chat a little bit there. He was mentioning that PCs and consoles are completely different. And I was just telling him, like, of course they are. They have completely different focuses. PC is not just a gaming box. It's a computer. It does literally everything. Consoles are only focused on gaming. But if we're talking about gaming, they are more similar than they have ever been in existence today. They are actually now talking on the same language, where in the past, games were made specifically for consoles. They were designed differently. They were thought about differently. They were made differently. There's so many documentaries that talk about these things and show you the vast differences of how games were to what they are now. Now, a game can be made on a PC, which is why you see console games coming more day and date to PC, because it's being designed on a PC, and because the language is not, if not similar, if not the same or almost similar, it is easier to port the game to the console. You don't always have to be on an outside studio like Nix's, for example, with PlayStation, who doesn't have a internal team or doesn't have a operating system like Windows, who is not a service-based company and don't have the same understandings of how computers work. Makes sense that they would have to go get somebody to port the games over. Whereas a lot of games that are on the Microsoft or within or using Windows devices can be used across the board. It's just the way that that is just the way development has become, and why in some aspects development has become easier, but also in a lot of ways more difficult, because there are more aspects to it and more things that the gamer wants and more things that the devs are trying to become or make a reality, right? That's what makes this whole thing so unique. Hey, Ro goes on to say, people need to realize that games are being developed with different ports and optimizations. It's common sense. And again, I feel like I kind of just covered that in what I just stated right there. Again, they're similar. And Nix was also making a statement earlier that, hey, because he's kind of on the side of, consoles need to have exclusives so that you'll buy their system. And Nix, the point of this conversation is that, and at least in this aspect, is that it wasn't an exclusive game. Now, if they would have came out and said, hey, this game's exclusive, sure, you could say, oh, well, you kind of got to deal with that. You got to get a PlayStation or a PC to play this game. It is what it is. But that wasn't the case. And also, Larian, like Pong mentioned, Larian did come out and say years ago that they would never be exclusive. So if you put things hand in hand with each other, that's why we're having this conversation now. Because it's like, okay, so did you guys get a bag and you're taking your word back? Which happens. Business happens and you got to go a different direction. That's understandable. What's not understandable is lack of communication. And that's what the people wanted. Because like even the director of publishing mentioned, people are excited about the game. Which, again, for a game like Baldur's Gate 3, I didn't expect for people to go out in droves and talk about it the way that they're talking about it and make a big deal about it. But apparently it matters. So it's just one of those things that definitely have to be considered. Ro goes on to say, developers have to optimize textures, lighting, draw distance, etc., due to the low memory capacity of consoles, whereas PCs don't have that restriction. So comparing PCs to consoles makes no sense. And again, you're using the totality, and I'll leave this point here, you're using the totality of what a PC can do versus how it's used in gaming. I never said that it was the exact same. I said more so than ever, it is more similar and easier for games to come to console. That's all that I'm saying. We need to dig deeper. We need to reevaluate the conversation. Maybe you need to go listen to some previous shows. I have a PC, brother. I've had a PC since 97. I've grew up with Windows 95. Even before that. I understand how PCs work. I'm not the most technical dude in the world, but it'll be also a misnomer to say that it's not, things haven't changed, and it's not the early 2000s where console games are literally being made completely different. That's not the case. And again, like you mentioned, RAM pools and all, yeah, that's exactly what I was just talking about. But as we see with these consoles that we have in our living rooms, they are more in keen to what we have seen here. Where minimum spec on a computer for gaming, specifically, not talking about what else the computer can do, talking about gaming specifically, minimum spec console is technically higher than minimum spec at this current point. That's just a fact. Now, are there other things that the devs have to do because consoles are designed a specific way to be only gaming boxes, where this has an entire operating system behind it that does all of that filing for it? Yes, that's true. But I just feel like it would be disingenuous to say that it's not more similar than it's ever been, and that it's not more accessible than ever before. That's my only point. Which is why these questions with Larian, with people who are excited about the game releasing, come up. And you notice how they didn't say, "Oh man, it's so hard to make games on consoles." They just said it's gonna take time. Games been out on PC, now coming to PlayStation 5 and Series consoles. Not coming to Xbox One. So again, you see where that conversation. Anyway, so that's perfect on that. Again, it's always great to see how game developers continue to interact with the community and how the community does so likewise, because it's a double-edged blade. And it's dope for me to see somebody who didn't get caught up in the feelings of the situation and could just say, "Hey, I know you guys are excited, and that's all that we're taking it. And we're gonna try to put it out on both if we can. If we can't, we're working on it."
Right.
It is what it is. That's all we can ask for.
Yep.
All right. Let's see where we would like to go.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there was some. So, where we want to take a trip to? Whoa.
I don't care.
Oh, okay.
You pick.
So there's a
Pick.
specific
Let's
place
go.
you wanted to take a trip to?
No. Let's take a trip.
No. Activision Blizzard. Again, we're not going to get into details about the entire deal and all that good stuff, but
yeah, let's recap the entire deal. What's happened over the past year?
But it would be crazy for us not to get in here and break down what happened with Brad Smith and what happened this week.
And Lulu. And
Lulu. Lulu was very, very on fire this week, Pong. So tip it off if you can for me. What is going on with good old Lulu Shang? I know she was being very she's being outspoken, very hot and on fire, using her personal account. And we did talk about some of this last week too, if I'm not mistaken. But I believe a lot of her statements were also kind of had some fire behind them because of what Brad Smith. And you mentioned this many times this week on multiple different shows where Brad Smith definitely, he paid his weight in more than gold in many ways from Microsoft that I thought was not only funny, but I also thought was masterful in many ways. Because at the end of the day, this is business. You have to present yourself a certain way. But it's like you've mentioned it. It's funny seeing this pity party kind of go around, especially with a company like Microsoft, and seeing how Sony is being so brought to the table, so to speak. So tell me a little bit what's going on. What happened with Brad Smith this week, and what additional things did Lulu drop on the people?
Oh, where do we want to start with this one? Let's just roll into Lulu real quick. We can get this out of the way, and then we can talk about the Brad Smith stuff. Lulu, everybody's new favorite Activision employee, higher up. She is on fire this week because obviously she put out a meme. And the meme was the guy sticking a stick in his own spoke in the bike. Everybody's seen this meme go around. So it shows a guy riding a bike, shows him leaning over, ready to put a stick in the spokes of his own bike. And then, of course, the third and final frame is him laying on the ground, holding his leg in pain. The bike spilled over with the stick still in the spoke, right? So everybody's seen this meme. It's been used a zillion times in different references. But this week she put out one. She labeled the guy on the bike as Sony. And then as he's leaning over to stick the stick in his own spokes, she said, turns down Call of Duty deals, refuses to accept long-term access. Yeah, exactly. And then the frame where he's laying on the ground, holding his leg in pain, she put in quotes, but what if I lose access to Call of Duty? So basically, pointing out the fact that Sony's complaining about losing Call of Duty, but won't take a deal to get Call of Duty guaranteed for the next 10 years, right? And she put out this post, and this goes back to journalists. And this got journalists fired up. Again, this is her personal account. This is not an official business account, of course. She represents Activision, but she states clearly in her Twitter bio that this is her personal account. She got everybody fired up. Journalists took time out of their day to write articles about how unprofessional this is.
How she riled up the fan base?
Rile up the fan base and all this kind of stuff. And then they took it a step further, Steel. Again, journalists didn't want to cover the whole Baldur's Gate 3 thing, didn't want to write articles or just ask questions. But they took the time to actually take a step further and go after the Xbox fan base for how dare they steal, how dare they like and enjoy this post from Lulu. How dare they be underneath? They actually posted screenshots. Much like Oh No, It's Alex does on his channel. Of course, everybody who knows Alex, I personally like his stuff. He goes after all fan bases, don't care. But that's what he does, right? He does reactions to people's ridiculous tweets. But these actual professional journalists, while complaining about Lulu's unprofessionalism, go and post screenshots of certain Xbox community members actually liking her meme and posting their happy reactions to the meme or laughing, having a good time with it. They actually went after the Xbox community. And then when they got called out about that, We had other journalists jump in, one from VGC, and do the usual proclaiming that, oh, yeah, the Xbox fan base is by far the most toxic. Xbox fans are by far the most toxic out here, and they're terrible humans, right? Again, guys, one of the biggest deals in history going down, and you're going to go after Lulu because she's having fun with it. She is clearly wants this deal to go through because she is a part of Activision Blizzard. Yeah. So she out here, how dare her make fun of Sony? Sony, who has burned bridges left and right during this entire deal, especially with Activision Blizzard. How dare she come out here and actually express her personal opinion with a meme, and how dare the Xbox fan base enjoy that meme? Come on, guys. Come on. Again, you guys like to think you're really elite. You're really not.
That's the bigger problem.
You're really not. You're just like every other journalist in any other topic, whether it comes to politics, religion, it don't matter. All of you are human beings out here trying to act like you're bigger than everything that you try to make fun of or you try to point out as being bad, but you're actually the bad guy in the end of the day. You're actually the toxic human beings. You take off your masks and show your true bias in these situations. You don't want this deal to go through because your favorite piece of plastic, Sony, the PlayStation, might be hurt by it, and you guys really don't want that. So you rip off those masks, much like in Scooby-Doo, and show your true colors when you attack entire fan bases or you attacked an individual like Lulu. How can you not, as a journalist, not be cheering on corporate violence? It's one thing if corporations go after small people, individuals. That's something I'll never be down for. That's when I say, yo, wait, you're a big corporation. Why are you attacking an individual? But when it's corp on corp violence, a lot of you journalists hate capitalism deep down in your souls. A lot of you don't feel capitalism is the best way in the world. So now you got two big capitalistic entities fighting each other, and you guys are going after the fan base and going after an individual within one of those corporations as she commits corporate on corporate violence. Nah, you guys are showing your true colors. You guys are nothing but part of the clown show. You're nothing but part of the circus. And I haven't gotten to the part yet where another journalist who I've defended, Christopher Drank from gamesindustry.biz. I've defended him. I think a lot of his pieces get overblown. He has clickbait type titles, but if you actually read the substance, I think he makes good points on a lot of sides. I've defended him. But he came out this week and pulled out the ghost of Trump. Knowing full well how divisive using those type of descriptors is going to be to describe Brad Smith's presser, which was extremely professional in every way. But he had to pull out the Trumpian comparisons because, my God, how dare Microsoft have a presser to explain their side of things, to announce their deals with NVIDIA and Nintendo this week? How dare they do this, Steel, when the regulators themselves have created a circus by how they've handled this entire process? How dare Microsoft come out and defend themselves? How dare somebody like Brad Smith, very professional lawyer, he is an attorney by trade, who has moved up the ranks in Microsoft, present a case to everybody with their side of the facts? But how dare he do that? To the point where Christopher Dring got called on it. He tried to defend it. He tried to double down on it, wound up realizing he was facing a losing battle, pulled the entire article, which, credit number one, a lot of journalists won't pull their articles. He pulled the entire article, rewrote the article in a much better fashion. Give him some credit for doing that. Not a lot of journalists will do that. He did it. But again, this whole week, Steel, has been nothing but journalists showing who they really are deep down inside. And again, for anybody out here still claiming that there's not bias in this industry when it comes to journalists, I'm sorry, I can't help you anymore. I can't show you any more examples of how these people are coming out in different ways and showing their true colors. They're human beings. They're allowed to have bias. But if you don't think that's not coming out in their writing, again, I can't help you anymore. I can't show you any more examples of how this is happening in real time. So that was the basis for Lulu. Steele, you got any thoughts on what Lulu did this week? She called him the task, by the way. She called him the task. She not only just did that meme and then let everybody have a fire show, a circus around it. When they started writing about her doing this meme, she called out the individual, including Christopher Dring, and then an SVG article. She took them to task as well and said, you have inaccuracies in your article. If you're going to spend your time writing about me, you need to be accurate. So here's the list of all the problems, all the inaccuracies in your article, and I expect those to be fixed if you're going to write something like this. And guess what? That did happen as well. So go ahead, Steele. What else do you think here? What do you got?
As far as Lulu goes, I mean, it's really dope for her because she's somebody that's like higher up on the chain on the Activision side of things, and because she doesn't have any real sway on like the governing bodies or whatever the case, it's just her having some fun with it. And again, Activision come out and saying, man, like, I feel like this adds on to their because again, we can't forget that Activision came to Microsoft and also other people about this deal, about getting a deal done. And with taking that into consideration, you have to imagine that Activision is going to take all the shots that we've seen thus far, especially as detracting factors of why this deal shouldn't be getting done, and kind of flip it. For some people may flip it on its head. Even when you go to Lulu's personal page, I mean, and go through some of her tweets and stuff, things like that, you can tell she likes to have a good time. I mean, one of our most recent tweets says being boring is boring. No, she said, what'd she say?
Being normal
is boring.
Right.
I mean, if that doesn't tell you the type of person, I mean, I don't know what else will. So it makes sense that she spoke out on it. And again, she's not coming from a negative place. It is funny that she's more in line with people like ourselves, Pong, where even we don't see anything that should be continuously blocking this deal. And then even with Brad Smith coming out, I feel like that even more so doubled it down. And of course, he's supposed to, he's supposed to show what he's worth, right? And he was an awesome salesman, I ain't gonna lie to you. But it's just more proof from the pudding that Microsoft is willing to take it where it needs to go, right? That they're not going to sit here and just back up off this deal. We'll continue to not necessarily flaunt, but continue to put pressure. And at some point, how much laundry needs to come out before we just say, all right, enough is enough, we're satisfied?
How many pieces are they going to remove before there's nothing left to argue here? Because that's what they're doing with the deals that they did this week, which we'll get into. So
no, yeah,
chess moves, Deal.
No, 1,000%. So that's more so my angle in the entire situation. That again, many people may be done like not tired of talking about it. It's going to continue to be a case because as it unfolds, you just get more and more to add on to things that we didn't know about, right? Or things that we just don't typically see, and things that do end up, and in a lot of aspects, being more of a kind of like a marketing play for what's going on, or just more exposure for the gaming industry overall, which can also be a benefit, right? Because the consumer does want to need to be treated fairly. And if this deal, for an example, the main crux of it is people having access, like you mentioned, Pong, if you continue to knock down, clear trees and debris and move things out of the way for you, what other issues can you bring to the table for us to not allow this to happen?
Yeah. And that's what they did this week, Steele, right? And let's get into Brad Smith and what his presentation was about, because, of course, they were at the EC. They were in Brussels this week, where the EC brought in a lot of people. They brought in, obviously, Microsoft. They brought in, of course, Jim Ryan was there as well for Sony. They brought in representatives from Valve showed up and had a representative. People from all over. NVIDIA was there as well. And, of course, NVIDIA was one of the big names against this deal, along with Sony and Google, right? They were one of the big ones. And why are they against it? Well, like I said, payback is a bitch. And Microsoft did block their ARM deal. So I think that had a little something to do with it. But they've also got GeoForce Now. which is their basic subscription service where you rent a PC in the cloud to play your games. And so they were a big part of this as well, because that was one of the concerns that was brought up by these regulatory bodies, was the cloud gaming sphere. Of course, most of our points are, and Microsoft's point is, that cloud gaming is so niche, so new, nobody has any idea if it's ever going to take off. Like, nobody does. Like, we all hope it does. Obviously, Microsoft is investing heavily in it, but there's no way to say right now that cloud gaming is going to become a big enough part of the pie that it's something that you need to worry about what Microsoft is doing in that space right now, and the effect that an Activision Blizzard acquisition would have on it. However, now that Google and Stadia are out of the equation, NVIDIA is the next big player in the cloud space. So NVIDIA was against this deal. They were on Sony's side. Well, this week, Brad Smith came out and happily announced that they had cut a deal with NVIDIA to make Activision Blizzard games available on GeForce Now, if that deal goes through, including Call of Duty. But on top of that, Steel, they added to this to show the regulatory bodies how not monopolistic Microsoft is thinking about cloud gaming. They said, you know what, NVIDIA, we're not going to give you all the Activision Blizzard games if this deal goes through. Hey, how about right now, today, we're going to give you those Xbox PC games. Any Xbox PC games that are available on our side are now available to your customers as well, starting today when they announced it. Completely wiped all complaints from NVIDIA off the board in one shot. Instantaneously, NVIDIA was there to speak to the EC, said, hey, by the way, EC, yeah, we were coming here on Sony's side. Yeah, we're going over here now. We have no problems with this deal. This deal's good. Just go ahead and clear this thing right up. Because Microsoft said, let's make a deal, and we did. So that was a huge piece of the pie. Also, Brad Smith and Microsoft got to announce that the deal with Nintendo, which we had heard about a while back, they had offered a 10-year deal to Nintendo for Call of Duty. They're going to bring Call of Duty over there. Got formalized, and it's official. It's now a legal binding contract with Nintendo that Microsoft intends to bring Call of Duty to a Nintendo platform. Now, the argument about whether or not it's going to be the Switch, well, it's going to take a long time for this deal to get pushed through. If it does, it's going to take some more time to have Activision Blizzard integrated into Microsoft. So by the time they get ready to put Call of Duty over on Nintendo, chances are Nintendo's probably going to have a new piece of hardware announced or even out. So that's where people are assuming that they meant this was going to go to. But anyways, this is a formal deal. Now, Brad Smith did create some controversy because he had put out an initial tweet stating that they were bringing Xbox games to Nintendo along with Activision Blizzard games, including Call of Duty, if this deal goes through, to Nintendo. So, of course, people are like, wait, this is more than just Call of Duty. Now you're talking Xbox games? Does that mean a Starfield's coming to Nintendo? Does that mean, a new Gears is going to come to Nintendo? Does that mean Halo potentially coming to Nintendo? Well, he got asked that in a sit-down interview later on, and he backtracked out of that. He said, no. Nintendo's happy with just Call of Duty coming. That's what our deal is for. Call of Duty, if this acquisition goes through, we intend on bringing Call of Duty to Nintendo. So he backtracked on that. Now, my personal feeling is Brad Smith jumped the gun and announced something that he wasn't supposed to announce. I believe that there is potential for Xbox games showing up on Nintendo. I'm not saying every single one. I'm saying select games. But I think that Brad Smith got ahead of it, and then everybody went, whoa, Brad. We're not talking about that right now. We're not talking about that, bro. We're just talking. This is Call of Duty. This is Activision Blizzard. We're only talking about that. You kind of got ahead of the game. So I think he walked it back a little bit. That's my personal feeling. I have no clue. Again, he doubled down and confirmed, no, it's just Call of Duty. That's all the deal is. So taking it at face value, it's Call of Duty. But I do believe personally that there are some ways that they probably might start thinking about bringing Xbox games over to Nintendo. It makes sense in a lot of ways. So we'll see. So that all went down this week, Steele. And then Brad Smith had this presser to announce a lot of this stuff, but also to present the case that they had just presented to the EC behind closed doors and give the press an opportunity to ask him questions unprepared, live on the spot. Again, this is where I say, Brad Smith, every time you watch this man talk in front of a room, he's not boring. Sure, he's attorney-like. He's very factual, but he's not boring. The man knows how to hold a room. The man knows how to hold one of these pressers, take open questions live right there, again, showing confidence in what he is saying. I thought this was all impressive. On top of that, pulling out the contract, the actual physical live contract that they've offered to Sony, and say to everybody there, I carry this envelope with the contract in hand, hoping that Sony will come sign it anytime. Anytime we are ready. When Sony's ready, we are ready. In fact, I'm so ready, I got the physical contract here. And then he turned around and said, Sony, you don't like the language? You don't like the words? Hey, I'm cool. I'm ready to take a pen to this contract. Or as he said, a version of Windows Word where we can cut and paste. Whatever language you want in here, we're ready to do. So he did all of that this week. One of the big ones that he did point that he made, Steele, and this is another one that I have now seen articles incorrectly written about, including on gamesindustry.biz. I think it was either yesterday or this morning. Rob Fahey over there, again, a veteran writer for this industry, not somebody who hasn't been around the block, came out and wrote an article about what I'm about to describe here. So Microsoft describes how Sony, and this is from Jez's tweet, Microsoft describes how Sony beats Microsoft Xbox market share globally to the tune of 75% to 25%. In Japan, it's 96% to 4% when comparing the two. And then Tom Warren added to this, Microsoft thinks its two deals with NVIDIA and Nintendo will be enough to convince regulators. Smith on the CMA, do you want to kill a deal or cement Sony's position, or do you want to open this Call of Duty up to 150 more million people? Because another slide that Brad Smith brought was about the European market. And in Europe, it's 80-20 Steel. 80-20, Sony to Xbox. Now, we had some journalists write some articles about this presentation. Again, I mentioned Christopher Dring bring up the Trumpian comparison. My right. God. And then, like I said, Rob Fahey also wrote an article about this, saying that Microsoft was basically playing smoke and mirrors because they, in these pie charts, Steele, it was only Sony and Xbox. They ignored Nintendo and PC as part of this market share. I'm sorry. Hey, professional journalists, guys who have supposedly been paying attention to this deal more so than any of us, just gamers out here, would be paying attention to this deal. Did you guys happen to forget that the regulators are the ones who removed Nintendo and PC from the conversation? That this was made a point of contention that it was just Sony and Xbox. That's what they're comparing. That's what the regulatory bodies are looking at is Xbox versus Sony.
Yeah.
So why in the world, if the regulators set the guidelines themselves, why the hell do all of you expect Xbox to consider Nintendo, to consider the PC market? They've been told that's not what the regulatory bodies are worried about. The regulatory bodies are worried specifically about Sony. Again, something we've been pointing out since day one. Some of this language that's being used seems that it's not about the consumer. It's about Sony's market position. So, of course, Brad Smith is going to come up there and present his case based upon those guidelines, Steele. Of course, he's not going to go outside of that and bring Nintendo into it when these regulatory bodies have said they don't care. Those don't count. So guess what? Journalists, do your freaking jobs. Again, if you're not writing with the intent to be biased, then at least do your research correctly and present your side of things in a factual manner. The regulatory bodies set these guidelines. But again, Overall, Brad Smith did an awesome job with the presentation. I think that he laid out the facts as they laid them out to the EC this time. And again, for anybody who wants to know, CMA is going to have a similar type situation this week coming up, is when they will go to the CMA and the CMA will hear everybody's side. To give you a little bit of facts of how this all went down, everybody was allowed 15 minutes to present their side of things during this closed door meeting with the EC, except Sony was given double the time. Sony was given 30 minutes to present their case. But what Microsoft did to encapsulate this week is they removed more pieces off of the opposition side. It is now Sony and Google. And if you think Google is a good partner for Sony to have backing them, Google has their own major problems with these regulatory bodies all over the world. Google is being looked at heavily right now. So it's not necessarily the best partner for Sony, but they're basically, Microsoft is putting Sony onto its own island as the only opposition to this.
Yeah.
And if they're cutting deals with everybody, eventually the regulators have to turn to Sony and go, you're all alone. You're the only ones left with the problem. They're offering you a deal the same way that they're offering everybody else deals. Why aren't you accepting this deal? Right? They're not trying to exclude you. They're not trying to say everybody gets a deal but Sony. They're going out of their way to say, no, everybody's getting a deal, and Sony, we want you to have a deal too to guarantee you access to Call of Duty and potentially more. Because I think Microsoft is willing to concede more to Sony. Why aren't you taking this deal? Why are you making this such a mess for everybody? So that's what they're trying to do, and I think they did a great job. Go ahead, Steele. What are your thoughts on what went down this week with the NVIDIA deal, with the Nintendo deal, with the Brad Smith presser? Was it convincing to you? Do you feel stronger that this deal is going to go through now? Do you think they're in a good position, or do you think this was nothing but fluff, and that at the end of the day, the EC and the CMA are potentially still going to block this thing? What do you think, Steele?
I mean, and I do see Nick's bringing up some good points here. I'll kind of start from here. He says, some of Brad Smith's statements are examples of problems with American companies. React very short-sighted without thinking about the long game. Problem with many publicly traded companies. And Nick's, excuse me, I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I mean, I do agree with the whole American company thing. There's a lot of them that are very jaded and very effed up. But in this aspect, I look at this as more so on the side of what, I mean, you have to, but just of the gaming industry in totality, right? And like Pong has mentioned, you know, you got to constantly bring up journalists and whatnot in the conversation, because when you got big places like gamesindustry.biz, just allowing to whatever kind of article to go out that doesn't seem like it's based off of any factual information, then what is the difference between them and us? We are doing the research, you know, like we do the research, we're paying attention, we're in the conversation, and as much as this deal may not be important for a lot of people, the reason why we keep talking about it is because it is important to the gamer to see how business looks at gaming. And when you see someone go out and continue the conversation essentially of how things are being evaluated, that's why Nintendo was not part of the pie chart. The governing bodies have already determined that they're not going to consider Nintendo in this conversation. So why keep bringing it up? Nintendo does have more of a position in the conversation, and if you do include them, you definitely, at least in my eyes, taking that ECP, educated consumer perspective, that you have no conversation when it comes to this deal going through. Because between PlayStation and Nintendo, Xbox is still in third place, even with the deal going. And I do agree that what Nick's is saying there, because he wanted to clarify a bit, he's just saying more so that Microsoft is throwing everything at the wall without guarantees. They have to at this point. And Microsoft can afford to throw things at the wall, especially when the wall is being built up by concrete. and bricks. They're trying to build a solid wall that's actually, when you come to find out, you stand back, you take about 30 steps back, and you say, wow, it's not just a wall, it's a community. Oh wow, they're building an entire building? There's a complex? I wasn't expecting any of this. And that's really the advantage that Microsoft has is, again, I've said this time and time again, is that they have their heart, or they have their pulse on the heart of the movement and the era that we're moving into. I should say, more so, my fault. And that is what makes this situation more unique. Microsoft is also coming from a place of defeat, because whether people want to accept it or not, PlayStation has been, if you want to use 360 as a win for Xbox, which honestly I think is more embarrassing and should open more of a conversation on PlayStation side of things than, oh, Xbox was able to get a dub, like a lot of people use it. Oh yeah, man, Xbox 360 did good. I mean, honestly, it's more embarrassing that Sony allowed it to happen that way, in my eyes at least. But if that's the aspect that that's one side that you got to look at it from, Microsoft has always been behind. They are forced to the table to look at how to treat this industry differently if they were going to stay in it. So that's why they're treating it the way that they are now. Now it's more, it has to become a conversation of, okay, well, if you're saying that we can't compete this way, why? And if that's going to be the case, let's present it to the millions of people who are paying attention. Let's present it to Pong and Steel and see how they feel about it. Allow them to have conversation on why this doesn't impact the gaming industry, why this only benefits gamers. Let Pong and Steel tell the people why this actually gives people more accessibility to gamers. It's benefiting us.
Brad, call us. Call us. We'll talk.
Hey, well, I'm waiting. But that's essentially, from my aspect at least, how I'm looking at this deal. Because I can't understand still, no matter what information comes out from this, outside of the amount of money that was spent, why this is an issue. Especially from regulatory bodies that have also come out and said that, hey, we could look at this deal later. How does that conflate? How does that go hand in hand with each other?
It's part that everybody forgets. Regulatory bodies can revisit this deal anytime.
And if you're worried about competitive nature in an industry that doesn't quite exist outside of NVIDIA and Amazon trying to maybe do something with Luna, which they've been, again, extremely quiet about, have literally said nothing. I've made some comments in the DMs, like Amazon is literally behind the scenes just rubbing their hands. They're literally doing what's the dude's name from The Simpsons? That fucking I can't remember his name. Damn, man, that landed flat. Oh well. But really doing that Birdman hand rub, right? Really getting ready for that next move, because nobody's talking about what they got going on behind the scenes, but they are working on games.
Yeah, and they seem to be testing the waters in other areas and learning the industry by publishing now, right? They're going into third-party publishing is what they're doing right now, and they're learning the industry. Unlike Google, who just jumped in with outside of their app store, they knew mobile, but they didn't know anything else, right? So I think Amazon's being more strategic in all of this, biding their time, learning.
So what's unique about what's being brought to the table every time that we have these conversations is that, like 3-Bit just mentioned, Sony uses the power as the industry leader to crush other companies from trying to compete. And what he leaves out, Burns, thank you. The Burns dude. I don't watch those shows like that. Simpsons has always been on and off. Family Guy's the closest thing I can make any relation to. But like the only thing that leaves out of that is that they want you to play the game their way, and that has been the case.
Right.
The only other company that makes that a successful thing is Nintendo, which PlayStation tried to be like more Nintendo, has been trying to be more like Nintendo, and had people come out from their own company and said that that's not working because they are in the same boat as Xbox. That's why it's seen differently. And that's why they treat it as this is Xbox versus PlayStation thing. Because that's how the industry has made it. That's how the governing bodies are making it. Hey, if it's not between you guys, then, what's the conversation? And if we're going to continue to have that, then when are we going to admit that things are very skewed and jaded one way and have been in gaming since Sony has been in existence? That's the thing that's the other side that I don't completely understand, because it's like, we just completely avoiding that conversation? The fact that Sony is like Jordan in the fact that it's not even just about the hardware anymore. It's a freaking cultural, it's a community, it's something that a lot of people grew up with. It was some of their first forms of hardware as far as music goes, as far as any other technological hardware that we've found within the last 30 years. So it makes sense that people are jaded towards Sony. That's what you've known. Are we not going to actually admit to that at all? And say that, hey, the industry is slightly jaded one way. Hey, this industry is in favor of the way Sony wants to do business. Hey, this industry has been stagnant and hasn't seen growth the way that it has been going. Because of digital distribution, gaming has actually been able to be more fed, per se, or become healthier, per se, because of it. If we didn't have digital, gaming would be in a really tough spot right now.
Yeah.
And we would be spending more money than we've ever spent on games. And everybody would not know what game they want to play, and everybody would be stuck playing certain games, like myself, playing only PvP-based games, if it wasn't for the multiple things that we have now and the ways that we have access. The fact that I can go from an Xbox to a PC to a PlayStation if I wanted to. I'm not stuck in one place. The gamers are getting choice. A place where we should have choice. If everything in the world crashes, can we at least have choice in gaming? And that's my point.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what Microsoft is bringing to the table. But they are also, the only reason they're doing that is for business, and because they've been right there with the community of gamers, being vocal, trying to have that conversation, and understanding what this online verse is kind of becoming. I'm not jaded in the fact that Brad Smith went up there and he just sold the shit out of him. That's the first thing I thought of. This man is selling the god shit out of this.
Mm-hmm. He has to.
That's his job.
Yeah, that's the mode they're in. But these regulators, they got to sell to the regulators.
And but that's the crazy thing for him. Sony is the monster. Sony is Godzilla. Just because Microsoft got bigger bank doesn't make them Godzilla. No, they're Mothra. They're trying to come through and fight for a spot. Right?
In this industry, absolutely. 100%.
In this industry. And so that's kind of the way that I'm seeing it currently. On a multitude of levels, I just want to more so get clarity on how business needs to be done going forward, whether we can have more accessibility for our gamers, or whether it's going to go back to the way that it's been handled. And if it goes that way, what are going to be the repercussions of that? And it's also going to be interesting because there is going to have to be money spent in many different ways. And since the deal is getting done soon, there's a hopefully this year, unless some things additionally tie it up. And again, it's like for an American-based company to have all the issues they're having, even with its own American government, it's just so like, bro, the system is just beyond fucked up. No matter how you shape it. But again, that's how I'm looking at it right now, and I'm always interested to see how it plays out.
Yeah, no, you made great points with the overall kind of look as to what this is doing. And again, if you disagree, you disagree. Again, there's a lot of people who disagree with this for various reasons. But if you have legitimate discourse about it and discussion about it, again, nobody knows the future. Nobody can predict exactly what's going to happen. Microsoft could buy Activision Blizzard, turn around after the 10-year contracts are up and say, yep, we're taking it all. It's all going exclusive at this point. They could certainly do that, right? The regulatory bodies do have recourse. They can relook at the deal again if Microsoft tries to enforce something like that. But yeah, they could try to foreclose the industry. Right? There certainly is that possibility, but there's also a million other possibilities in between. And right now, what Microsoft is doing is putting their words to paper, to legal binding documents, saying, we have no intention of doing that. And as I said from the beginning, Call of Duty, for everybody who wants to say that's what this entire deal is about, it's not. And for me as a gamer, the only thing I care about is, yeah, if it comes to Game Pass, I just got more value in Game Pass. That's all there is. But I have no problem with Microsoft putting Call of Duty everywhere, including Nintendo. I could care freaking less. Go for it. Make it bigger. That's great. Fantastic. What I honestly care about this deal is that Activision Blizzard as a company, I've been playing Activision games since the Atari 2600.
Yeah, since the beginning.
Okay? Since the beginning.
That they can move forward.
It was almost dead until Bobby Kotick picked it up and turned it around. And again, Bobby Kotick is a snake. I hate the dude, whatever. He's a terrible human being, but the fact is he saved Activision back in the day.
Yeah, 100%.
He saved, we might not have Activision today without Bobby Kotick, okay? You go back and read the history.
And now
but
we
what
might
I'm
not
saying,
have Activision if it wasn't
right,
for Microsoft.
right. That's what I'm saying. That's my key to all of this is Activision Blizzard is in trouble. Activision Blizzard King is not a company that is stable. And if this deal doesn't go through, I'm scared of what happens afterwards for the developers, for Activision Blizzard as a whole, what happens there. Their stock is going to tank. And again, whether you like it or not, at the end of the day, these are all businesses. They're going to make moves based upon their money, and they have to protect their shareholders. So if that means they close studios, if that means they sell off IP, if that means whatever happens, that's what I'm worried about. What I'm most excited about this deal is Xbox being able to acquire them and stabilize that company and actually take that company and move some of those developers and studios off of Call of Duty and start making different games again. Start using the IP that's back there. Again, I've said from day one, one of the most exciting things to me is the potential for StarCraft coming back and opening up StarCraft to a wider audience. And again, you can all say, well, I don't give a shit about RTSs. Well, I do. So I look at it that way, right? I look at it that way. But there's a ton of other IP sitting there. Right. And Phil talked about it. And you could say, well, Phil's just talking out his ass. Well, that's fine. At the end of the day, if nothing changes outside of the human resources aspect of Activision Blizzard by coming underneath the Xbox, that's a win for all the developers for the human side of things, okay? If nothing changes other than more cleaning of the house, Bobby Kotick gone, never touching this company again, that's a win for me at the end of the day. So again, as a gamer, I could care less about Call of Duty. Like I really could. I want them to throw it everywhere. I'm looking at the potential, the human side and also the IP side of we as gamers potentially getting more out of this deal than if this deal collapses and falls apart. I don't want to see what happens after that. I really don't.
I think that's what makes us unique in that fact, right? Because there are a lot of people who are looking at more so for the messy side of it, where we really are looking at it more so as far as an industry standpoint. Yeah. It's not about whether who gets.
A lot of people want bragging rights.
Right. It's definitely not about bragging rights. And again, again, if you want to have the
Not for
conversation, Microsoft had to spend all this money to catch up. Fucking yeah, you got a fucking good point. They did. And that is unfortunate, but guess what? They could afford to do so, and they did. And what does $70 billion do in when you put it into the gaming ecosystem? Well, that fucking churns out more games and more content for us who are enjoying the hobby, right? Isn't that what we want? Do we want stagnation? I'm confused about what's the true goal of why people. And I can understand why some people get frustrated because there are that pretty decent subset of people who do look at it more from a bragging rights standpoint. And for smoke, and if that's your content, and if that's the basis of why you're doing this, and that's why you're having fun with it, great. That's not why I have fun with it. I get nothing from saying that, oh man, Call of Duty is on Xbox now. Wow, that's great. Yeah. I do get something out of, hey, Call of Duty's on Game Pass now. Now I don't have to pay $70 for it, plus the additional cosmetics that I want to get in it, and only play the multiplayer, or maybe I play the campaign this time around, or you get that guaranteed player day one. I know I have an ecosystem of a large pool of players that I can consistently play with. I know the company's getting treated a little bit better. Things are moving in the right direction. I might get a third-person StarCraft game. I might get all these other things where with other companies, I don't foresee that as a possibility. With anybody else, and again, if we want to make this a, who else situation, then Microsoft.
Right.
Nope, there is nobody else. Amazon is not in it enough to be able to spend that type of money and do it right. At least at this point, Google's not there. If Sony did it, Sony would be shuttering a lot of those internal studios so they can get things more streamlined, because that is what Sony has done.
And Sony doesn't have the funds.
They damn sure don't have $70 billion to spend.
No. They could raise quite a bit, but on that level,
it would not make sense for them. That would have not gone well in the boardroom. Hey, let's go buy a Call of Duty. What? We're still trying to make Jim. 30 million in 5 years isn't enough.
Yeah, Jim wouldn't do that either.
like, what do you mean? We're gonna go get
Jim
Call
would
of
look
Duty.
at his numbers and be like, yeah, no, it ain't worth it.
How about we go get Destiny? How about that?
Right.
We'll do that. That makes more sense, right? And again, like Rob makes the point too, Microsoft wants to gain influence in the mobile market.
Yeah.
That is the biggest part of this.
Because that's the next war. And that's why Google's against this, because they know they're coming for the App Store. Microsoft has already said they're developing an app. They're developing an App Store right now for mobile. Their next war is with Apple and Google. They're going full out. They're going to break that duopoly up. They want that bad. And the regulators actually do want that too, because they've been looking at Apple and Google heavily over that stuff. Microsoft wants to get in there. And if they've got control of big IPs like a Call of Duty Mobile that they can promote their store with, absolutely that's going to be a benefit. Absolutely that gives them an automatic advantage to jump in there and try to break up that duopoly. So yeah, of course, Google doesn't want this to happen, of course, because they know they're the next target. And that's exactly what's going to happen here. But yeah, that's a big piece of that pie. That's why I always said from the beginning, when they came out and said that King was the main target in this deal, I said they're not lying. Yes, it is. King is a main target. Right? And then the PC side of things with Blizzard. If they can return Blizzard to its former glory, if they can rebuild the talent that's been lost, and there's still a ton of talent there, but if they can rebuild that and they can get Blizzard back to its World of Warcraft Prime days, that makes Microsoft a huge player in the PC market.
Like
World of Warcraft 2.
This is prime opportunity for that. Let's upgrade everything.
Expand
People
that.
love it. Let's get it. You know what I mean? Like there's so many positives from the situation that I don't understand the negatives.
Right.
And if you're going to tell me, and again, I'm going to continue to reiterate this because maybe it just gets lost in translation and because people aren't saying it enough. Don't we want competition?
Right. Makes everybody better.
Not only that, one, but two, Um, I don't know what the 2 was. I forgot. It just completely went out the window. I threw it out. I don't know what happens. Yeah, no, value 2, but that wasn't. It was. I was going to go a different direction with it. But,
yeah, I know you were.
Either way, there's just so many different aspects to that would be. Oh, I know what I was going to go to. The fact that there is literally nothing that would stop them if they see Microsoft becoming too much of a force and all of a sudden becoming the 80-20 that Sony now shares, that they won't address the deal again.
Yeah.
I thought that was the point.
Right.
And if not the biggest point. And if that's not the case, then we're not being given good information throughout why this deal is being done then. So I need clarity somewhere.
If the roles were reversed, Steel, and Microsoft had that big a share of gaming, the regulatory bodies already would have been all up in their business instantaneously because it's Microsoft.
Yeah.
Because they don't look at it as just Xbox division. They look at it as the $1 trillion plus Microsoft Corp.
They should.
They already would have been up in that business. But because Sony Corp is not the same as it used to be and has been down for a long time, they don't look at the PlayStation dominance with the same way that they would look at a Microsoft Xbox dominance. And that's why Sony's been allowed to continue to do what they do for as long as they have, which again, hats off to them. They did exactly what they're supposed to do. Go dominate. Go do what you do best. But now that's what they're doing. They're creating this fear around it. Oh, but it's Microsoft now. Now Microsoft's really come into play. Oh, we know what Microsoft can do. Look at what they did with Windows. Look at what they did with we don't want Microsoft even getting any ideas about trying to dominate a market like that again. So now that's when they bring the hammer down and say, wait, we've got concerns. When at the end of the day, again, sure, there's a dystopian future where maybe Microsoft attempts to go do that. But if you don't think that the government's ain't going to step in if Microsoft starts dominating to that point, you're crazy. They would. Okay, they're stepping in on Apple right now. They're trying to step in on Google. They're stepping in on Meta. That whole idea that they're just going to allow a company to run rampant has gone out the window long ago. So Microsoft's never going to have that opportunity. But sure, I can hear your dystopian future. But chances are, that's exactly that's the opposite of what Microsoft is going for. Microsoft wants to open up all of this. Again, my original rant about this, my original theory on this whole thing, Steel, is if Microsoft looks 30 years down the road, when we are fully into a digital content age, where there is no physical media or very little of it to be found anywhere, they want to be the gatekeepers on Azure servers. They want all of that stuff hosted. They don't care who it is. They want it all hosted on Azure. And that's why they're in the battle with Amazon right now, because they want to control that side of things. Where is all this digital media going to be? It's got to be somewhere. It's got to be stored in the cloud somewhere. Well, of course, Microsoft wants it to be Azure. Of course, that's what they want at the end of the day. They don't care about all this other nonsense about controlling video game markets or any of that kind of stuff. They want to be a player because it helps their position with Azure servers. But to them, it's not about dominating a 150 million console market. It's not about that. That's why they said 2 billion, 3 billion people. They want all the digital content on their side hosted, not necessarily owned. They don't give a shit about that. But eventually, they want the Sony ecosystem to be hosted on Azure. Eventually, they would love to see Nintendo digital content to be hosted on Azure. They want to position themselves in that manner, not just dominating and taking over an industry. That's not what it's about anymore. Cloud, sure, but not this.
Yeah, not just
this is small fish.
Also, just think that in a lot of ways, gaming is changing, man.
Yes.
The days of just things being exclusive to be exclusive, especially as we get closer and closer, unless Sony makes a breakout with VR, and unless Microsoft is able to make a huge breakout with cloud in some way, shape, or form, there's nothing else that's really going to divide them. And division isn't working right now. It's actually causing games to be sold less, for more games to not be recognized or seen, and causing studios to be closed down because they're not getting maybe the attention that they needed. And it is hard to keep the attention of a of a community of people that are very quick. The attention span is small. And the only way that you kind of eliminate that issue is just giving people more access to their products and you choosing where you buy the product from. And in one way, shape, or form, I mean, it's kind of like a fridge is a fridge, right? You can go get a Samsung fridge. You can go get an LG fridge. They both cool your food. What's the difference? Just brand. Maybe there's certain things that maybe the ice gets made differently in one. Maybe you like that aspect of it, right? I mean, maybe the filtration system is, maybe you don't like to use a certain filter. Maybe there's certain things that will divide it out for you, but I just don't know. And this is what a lot of people are still stuck on, if it's going to be like how we traditionally had it. I just don't see how that continues to exist. I do see how it exists more so on a publisher standpoint, who publishes these games. But as far as hardware goes,
yeah,
unless people start doing things dramatically different, that separation doesn't exist anymore, because gaming isn't the same. And it's not just on consoles anymore. What's going to make it just on consoles again? That makes viable sense.
No,
nothing.
No, you're right.
At this point.
And Knicks, no, they don't throw $70 billion around for any reason. But it's small fish in the grand scheme of where they're looking 30 years down the road.
Yeah.
Call of Duty may not exist 30 years from now. In fact, there's probably a great chance Call of Duty doesn't exist 30 years from now. The way that the game industry works and the way that IPs rise and fall constantly, there's a real good chance that that's not the case. So when you're looking 30 years down the road, it's small in consideration of what they're thinking. Again, this is one dude's opinion, okay? Don't know any facts. I'm just going by what I've heard out of their mouths and kind of projecting on that, right? Again, it's all educated guess. It's all theory at this point. What I'm saying is, overall, the grand scheme of things, sure, it's important to what they're building, but it's not about Call of Duty at the end of the day. Call of Duty is one piece. It's the bigger pie that they're going for, which Activision Blizzard King gives them a bit of everything that they're looking for all in one package, right? And that's rare. There's not too many companies that they can go acquire.
It's an opportunity of a
that.
lifetime.
It's an opportunity, right? Literally. And that's why they're spending what they're spending on it. But I'm saying they're not looking at the video game industry 5 years, 10 years from now. Sure, this helps them in a lot of ways. Of course it does. I'm not stupid. Yeah. What I'm saying is their bigger goals, that's what they're looking at 20, 25, 30 years down the road.
That's exactly what they're looking at. That's the only reason why they would spend this type of money. There's literally
this is long game. This is long game money.
There's tech, tech involved. There's people involved. There's a bunch of stuff. There's a lot. There's so many things that are involved that will benefit them as a company in the long run. That would solidify them as in the aspect of them being in gaming. And again, that's that business side of it, right? I mean, it's not.
Shout out to Stubbs coming in here as well. Stubbs is number one regulatory body cheerleader, by the way. Love you, brother. But you are a cheerleader for government regulations. I love you. Stubbs, again, to say that Call of Duty isn't what it's all about and just divest it, of course Call of Duty.
That costs money short term, though.
Right, and they want the mobile side with Call of Duty. They're going after Google and Apple again in the mobile side, so they need control of the Call of Duty IP because, of course, that's going to be an advantage for their move into the mobile app space. Of course it is. Again, I'm not saying it's none of that. Yes, it is. But again, long term, it's bigger than just Call of Duty. And no, you're not just going to divest yourself of the most valuable IP because a bunch of governments say, oh, we got to have Call of Duty gone from your control. That's not going to happen. Of course not. This deal is nowhere near worth $70 billion if you take Call of Duty IP as it stands right now out of the equation. So no, they're not going to do it. They're not going to divest it. It would be a mess. They would rather take their chances fighting this all the way, which they're going to do. And Stubbs, again, your opinion is that CMA is still going to block this, then so be it. Again, if that happens, then the decisions will be made at that point. They walk away. We can all watch the collapse of Activision Blizzard potentially together. and then everybody can go, yeah, it sucks.
Yeah, you can't.
It sucks.
The other thing too about divesting it is that how do you divest the studios then without closing all of them?
How would you chop it all up? Again, that's the main problem. How do you determine what you're going to move?
That would completely destroy the deal.
Because nobody's going to buy the Call. Nobody's going to buy the Call of Duty IP alone without the talent. Without the talent,
no,
it's not going to happen. So, which studios go with Call of Duty?
So then, my only issue with where Stubbs is kind of coming from is that you're basically saying you might as well just let Activision die.
Right.
That's what you would rather happen, or that's what you're anticipating happen is that they would just die.
Yep. There's a good chance of that. It's nothing is set in stone. They could close studios. They could trim down immensely. From where they're at right now, basically, it would be a mess.
With the dire straits that they're in right now, bro, and if they're going to put out another Call of Duty this year, that you're already down the bad path. I mean, if you already have every single one of there's 1,000 people working on Call of Duty, Pong. Like,
right. It's going to be tough.
Like, how do you make the team smaller, and then what are you going to churn out a game every 4 years at that point now? Because if it's taking you 1,000 to churn out a game every year. Well, and to keep your money up, then and now they're also you also have to consider what's going on currently. They're also stepping more into the mobile market. Yes, they have the regular COD mobile, but now they're bringing Warzone mobile also, which is also supposed to be in parity with what Warzone is currently on console, allowing even more people to play. So are we just going to completely eliminate that out of the equation? Because they're not going to be able to support that without any financial backing. And yeah, they're bringing in money right now, but a lot of that money is going to be on standstill or being spent on current development things, or as if they're not necessarily being bought. And if that's the case, you're continuing this cycle of toxicity, and not only toxicity, but that air of, and of course I'm being a little bit over dramatic here, the air of death there, because that's what would end up becoming of that situation. Like, yeah, we don't know what could happen, or again, right now, the best scenario is Microsoft gets this to go through. If it becomes an issue, regulators come back and look at it later and actually say, hey, well, we have these issues with this now because we see you're becoming this kind of presence in the cloud space. Our internet infrastructure has all of a sudden leaped light years ahead, and we weren't expecting it. Or quantum computing has been able to do something that we didn't even comprehend, and now we have to look at things differently. And you have, since you're a software company, since you're Microsoft, since you have Windows, you have a overwhelming competitive advantage because of where you stand in the industry and as a tech giant. None of that's the case right now, guys. I'm not talking through a hologram. I'm talking on a phone still. And so
we'll get there someday. We'll get there someday.
So I can put glasses on that allow me to be
AR?
like,
AR action,
guys. Like, I mean, I don't know if that fear is here yet, which is why I just don't get if it ends up if it does end up going that route. But anyway.
Yep. And Stubbs, the contract may be written that way right now. It can be renegotiated. There is a renegotiation period for this as well. And again, Activision Blizzard shareholders are looking at the money and the value right now, and Microsoft is offering them way more than anybody else can. They overpaid for Activision Blizzard where it stood with the stocks. So if you don't think that they won't come back to the negotiating table, if that is a necessity, they certainly could. But we'll see. It's all speculation on everybody's part right now. We're going to find out. We should have answers by April at the latest from both the EC and the CMA. So we definitely are going to know which way this deal is going to go through. And again, if it doesn't happen, the industry will carry on. Microsoft will make its choice, renegotiate, walk away, whatever they're going to do, pay Activision Blizzard a couple $2 billion. They decide to walk away, so be it. And the industry will go on. But if you think we're going to be done talking about Activision Blizzard at that point, and it's just all going to be merry fun and games, and everything's just going to go back to normal,
no, it's not.
I got a bridge to sell you. That ain't going to happen. This is going to have huge repercussions. Huge repercussions if this deal does not go through. So that's going to be a whole nother topic for when that happens. So obviously, Steel, we went off on a side tangent about ABK. We were just going to talk about the stuff that happened this week, and look at us. We got back into the big overall discussion. Love you, chat. You guys are bringing great energy, great conversation in there as well. So this is obviously, again, as much as people say that they're sick about it, it's still a fascinating topic to a lot of us. It still is something. This is the biggest deal in gaming history, and it's going to have the biggest implications, whether it passes or whether it fails. It's going to have some of the biggest implications we've ever seen going forward. So it's this is a historic moment at the end of the day.
What he said, wait, still, is that not that AI that Pong loves? Oh,
yeah, B.
Yeah,
B. They're opening up her a little bit, some more
bit?
too.
Okay,
yeah, a little bit.
So
they give it a little bit more.
Microsoft is listening.
Yeah. Not they haven't taken the chains off or anything. Like she's still locked down, but they are opening up so you can do more searches each day through the chat functionality. And people have been doing some real interesting things. And pushing the limits with her. So,
hey Stubbs, you're giving yourself a lot of credit for derailing the show when we were already talking about.
No, we were already talking about it, Stubbs. I just saw you jump in there with your cheerleading. I just saw you jump in there with your governmental cheerleading. So I just brought you up. And hey, shout out to Boxenberger too. I saw him jump in here earlier. Steel, I don't know if you heard the World of Gaming, but Box did confirm, and he does when he jumps in this chat too. But he confirmed that he does his cooking while listening to us on Saturday.
Oh,
so
well,
Box over in Germany do cooking.
Well, hey, please, hey, you know what, Box? Hey, please do it for my. I saw you making some spätzle earlier. Please eat some in the name of in the name of my German family too, because all right. From here, I think it'd be a good little segue to get into Hogwarts Legacy's great success. It's not as big as I thought it was going to be, but it's still pretty massive. Again, anything selling almost $1 billion in its first 2 weeks, that's the definition of insanity.
It's ahead of Elden Ring pace.
That's fucking that's crazy. Another third-party game, seemingly. I won't necessarily say that it came out of nowhere, but it wasn't anticipated for it to be as great as it was. The same way Elden Ring wasn't anticipated to be as great as it was, and it hit for an audience. It does, again, display that those types of games, especially open world games, can still be done right. Because I know we were having a conversation, well, there was conversations, not just us, but there was conversations going about open world games just kind of dying because it's been kind of overplayed and it's all been done in so many different ways and it's getting tiring. And this is great representation of it not necessarily being that. So this, I'm gonna pull this from variety.com. Let me see if I can go ahead and pull it up on the show stuff screen. Perfect, which I did. But they go on to say, and this article was written by Jennifer Moss, if I can get that in there, for variety.com. So Hogwarts Legacy has Wingardium Leviosa, Warner Brothers game sales, earnings $850 million, and global sales, and moving more than 12 million units in its first 2 weeks. Post-launch on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series consoles, and PC, according to numbers released Thursday by the video game company. That marks the biggest global launch ever for Warner Bros. Discovery, which just also gives me some hope for what Rocksteady is doing. Not to tie it back in, but because with a success like this, and from a dev team that I don't know if they anticipated for this to do as well as it did again. They've made smaller games. Disney Infinity was great for a lot of people, but I don't think anybody was like, yeah, it's because of Disney Infinity, they're going to sell almost 20 million copies. I don't think that was ever the case, whereas like with Rocksteady, a known dev studio for putting out quality content that we still compare games to today and has been a father for this sect, that they're going to get more of a financial backing because of this. Not only that, I mean, again, you got to look at Rocksteady and now Avalanche are probably what holding WB up right now, because Gotham Knights isn't. They're not really. I mean, they are putting content updates out for that still. That still hasn't got a 60 update. So obviously there isn't enough being committed to it for it to be taken seriously, or it didn't hit the mark that these games have or will seemingly hit. So
I wonder if we see Saints Row and Gotham Knights dropping a Game Pass this year still. I wonder.
At this point,
I wonder.
Unless they drop it in at 60, I wouldn't even see the point in cutting that deal.
Yeah.
I mean, unless Xbox is going to go in and say, hey, well, we want to give our gamers the best experience on our console.
It might be late year editions, summer editions,
complete editions.
Yeah. Like Saints Row and Gotham Knights both are Game Pass ready, right? Just because their lack of hitting the marks that both of those were supposed to, they are like prime examples of dropping them into Game Pass, taking a little bit of money from Microsoft, recouping a little bit more, and just dropping them in. Anyway, sorry, tangent.
Fahim says, what is the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. I love saying this.
Gotta do it in the Voss voice, though.
Yeah, no, you do. But Harry Potter Hogwarts Legacy marks the biggest global launch ever for Warner Bros. Discovery, own brand with the Harry Potter action role-playing game, also setting the Twitch record for single-player games with 1.28 million peak concurrent viewers at launch. And guys, that's fucking massive for a single-player. As Variety previously reported, Hogwarts Legacy opened with stunning player engagement, topping about 267 million hours played from launch. Guys, people are fucking playing this game.
Oh, yeah. It's not just people trying it.
No, these are people like playing.
Yes.
Which is fucking the fact that they made sure they had a metric in there to count up the time. And again,
engagement still.
Got to make sure.
Another big metric.
And I'm pretty sure the studio had some high hopes that it would do well. Just probably not at this level. So I hope they get cleared for the second game. Or for some additional DLC, because we did get some information kind of coming out that there wasn't, quote unquote, any current plans for DLC.
Mm-hmm.
So again, and scoping is always going to be a thing. But per Warner Bros. Discovery of Disney, there has been an increase of global franchise fan engagement overall with the Wizarding World Digital, garnering 300% higher traffic overall over the normal monthly unique visitor average. So overall, this is essentially saying that brought a lot of attention to the Harry Potter brand. They see numbers really fluctuating at a higher standpoint, and to me, this says I'm gonna go down a little bit further down to a statement that they say, we are so thrilled and proud to see the player response to Hogwarts Legacy from gamers, fans, and who are new to gaming and reviewers around the world. David Hod, president of Warner Bros. That came from him. That's what he said. Sorry. Our development team at Avalanche delivered an amazing, high-quality Wizarding World experience that truly fulfills the fan fantasy of life at Hogwarts, and our publishing team have executed a globally impactful launch game. Again, very, very dope to see a third-party game go out and make those marks. At least to me, this shows that it doesn't always have to be first party that hits it, and it's not going to always be first party. That's going to get
biggest
that reach
hits come
out
from
there.
Third party.
And again, guys, like
outside of Nintendo.
Outside of Nintendo. Again, for me personally, this doubles down on that aspect that gaming isn't the way that a lot of people want it to be, skewed to one side or not, and the more attention that we can bring in, the better, man. I am continuously enjoying Hogwarts Legacy in every aspect of it. Again, any game that I can get over 40 hours of content in and continuously that keeps me invested, keeps me wanting back, because it's not like I put this time in, put 70 hours in, and I'm not still playing. I am. But again, timing is everything. And I do continue to enjoy my experience with Hogwarts. And I can't wait to see what that ending brings.
Yeah, we also got news this week, too, still, that they're doing a show for HBO Max.
Yeah.
So, which
is
another. That. Yeah, so, again, as far as the DLC goes, at this point, if you're not going to do DLC, if you're going to hold yourself to that, like, if I was them,
you gotta do a fully
I would start. I would either. If I was them, I would do DLC if you had enough stuff that you cut from this game, which there always is cut content from every game. if you had another story that you could flesh out that you just didn't explore in Hogwarts Legacy, maybe a potential side quest that just became bigger, that you cut because obviously time constraints or resources, or you just felt that it wasn't, needed in this, I would flesh that out, and I would try to get DLC out. If you thought you could do it by next year, at some point, I would try to do that. If not, if that's just not in the cards, I have this team immediately at the table talking about a sequel and figuring out where you're going to take this franchise and get to work on it. You got to capitalize on the stuff when it happens. You can't sit back and kind of go, well, we weren't really planning for this. Oh man, we got all these issues going on. WB might be selling, WB Discovery might be selling off in the next year or two. Man, I don't know. No, you got to take full advantage of this. If you got a show in the works with HBO Max, that's going to redrive hype again. If you can have a sequel out within the next, say, 3 years, you got to do it. You got to get to work on it. You got to. That's you found some magic here that maybe you weren't. You knew that the potential was there because it is Harry Potter, because it is the IP. You have a built-in fan base, so you obviously were expecting something. But the way that it's hit, like you said, Steel, like Elden Ring, with people that weren't necessarily even thinking about picking up this game because they had no interest in Harry Potter, and there was a lot of people like that. Yeah, but now they've jumped into this and are like, no, I love this game. This is one of the best, open world RPGs I played in a long. If you're WB, man, and you're Avalanche WB, you gotta do it. You gotta hop right back into this world, and you gotta create something again. You get the show to come out. Have another game ready on top of that. You're talking about maybe the second sequel, if you do it right, being even bigger than the first one out the gates. That's something you don't find every day. It's just not, especially in the video game industry. You got to move on it. So that's where I'm at with it. But great success for Avalanche WB. Happy that all the discourse around it and all the people trying to cancel it and all that kind of stuff failed miserably. I'm so happy for that team. And then what they did here, it's all deserved. This game is nothing short of special. It does have something that even if as a not a big Harry Potter fan, I like Harry Potter, but not like that, right. It can bring me to it and keep me engaged and keep me wanting to go through it. That means you did something very well outside of just having the name on top of it. You did something special from a gaming standpoint that doesn't come along all the time. Go back and do it some more. Go back and do some more, please. Please, 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 please. Quality games, we need them. This is awesome.
Yeah, 1,000%. Man, I missed out on my little pack buy. Damn. Oh well, things happen. Yeah, it was some shirts that were releasing, and I wanted to cop.
Sorry, man.
Hey, man, no, it happened yesterday, and I wasn't even feeling the greatest yesterday. So it is what it is. It's from somebody on Twitter who I was wanting to support his brand.
Okay.
That's what it is. He sold out, so it's all good. He's got his brand support. Well, shout out to Hogwarts. I'm glad that it's doing as well as it is. It definitely has brought my attention back to Harry Potter in some facets. I'm not completely over the moon and everything about it, but I'm glad it was represented really well. And again, I want them to put out a second game. So.
Absolutely. Agreed.
We did talk about Forza a little bit earlier with Horizon.
The rally
adventure being shown.
Yep.
So there's that. Rally gameplay is going to be in rugged Sierra Nueva. New system for enhanced dust trails and deformable sand roads. 10 new cars and Horizon's most thrilling routes ever. I hope so. It's definitely going to bring some people in again. They got at least 20 million people that are going to try it out. I'm just so ready.
I know. We both are. I think it is cool, though. They're doing some cool stuff.
Yeah, they definitely are. I think the other thing, too, that we do need to mention, Nick said something real quick. He says, Living Splitscreen. Steel Pong, do you guys think Fortnite comes closest to mass appeal reach? What do you mean?
Like,
as Call of Duty?
Are you saying the biggest Yeah, no. I mean, Fortnite by far
way
is the
bigger
biggest.
Than that.
Well, no, Fortnite is a pop culture.
It's an icon. At this point.
Yeah, that at this point,
Epic.
Fortnite has saturated the masses. Like, people who don't ever play games know Fortnite, right? That's when you've reached that level, that's on something. And the same can be said for Call of Duty. Like people who don't play Call of Duty know Call of Duty.
Right.
But as far as terms of numbers of players and just the mass appeal, Fortnite kills Call of Duty. Like it really does.
Yeah,
it's stupid.
Yeah, that's the other thing that adds on to that conversation. Like, Call of Duty's not as big of a deal as people try to make it seem.
It is.
I mean, not as far as in the scope of the other games that are out there.
Right. For being a first-person shooter, Call of Duty obviously is king. Like it's just dumb. How big it is now at this point. But Fortnite is on a whole nother level. Fortnite is, again, you got the younger audience. Call of Duty has lost that. Before Fortnite, a lot of younger people did play Call of Duty. Like my kid was playing. Even you can say, well, it was age. It's rated. It's not supposed to be played. But come on, kids were playing. My kid grew up playing Call of Duty. Like it's
kids
one of those
not
things.
Trying to play first,
but not now. Not now. No, Fortnite. It's Fortnite.
Yeah,
it's Fortnite.
The kid Fortnite, Roblox, Minecraft.
Yep.
Kids is not. Again, that's the other thing that's completely different that people forget about. And Nick said, no, not COD. Well, go ahead, clarify that, and we'll address it if you clarify it. But yeah, that's the other huge difference from how we grew up to, like early gaming to now is just the aspect is just completely different, bro. Like they don't care about the same games that we care about. I remember my daughter sat here and watched me play Call of Duty. She sat here and watched me play Halo. She has no interest in that.
Right.
But she'll go play whatever game on Roblox. She'll go play whatever game on Minecraft. She'll go play, on all these creative type games that allow you to do multiple things or allow them to touch multiple different aspects of gaming per se, because those games aren't just Minecraft and building blocks. No, they have other game modes within them, and people created Call of Duty and Roblox. Like,
speaking of how about Roblox, I was just going to say, how about that Roblox first-person shooter, bro? I don't know how that's possible.
Oh, you're comparing Fortnite to Hogwarts?
Oh, you're talking about IP wise?
Harry Potter's not at that level. Harry Potter's more so going to be for an older audience, whereas Fortnite.
I don't know how you judge that. Like the IPs overall, like mass.
As of right now, somebody that grew up with Harry Potter outside of the movies and all of that, Harry Potter has still become its kind of own subsect. Yes, it is big enough to the point where, like, for an example, Fortnite doesn't have an entire section of a theme park yet, right?
Right.
Whereas Harry Potter does.
I think it'd be close to if you ran around worldwide and you asked random people off the streets, had they heard of Fortnite and had they heard of Harry Potter?
I think they'd probably
it'd be close. It'd be close
when you put it like that.
Yeah.
I think they would probably be equally recognized.
It'd be
in a lot of spaces until you go like overseas, maybe in the East, where it might be more like Fortnite might be the
and
pull
Harry
ahead.
Potter. I wonder how big Harry Potter.
They might
is
say yes to both, though.
Yeah,
they might say
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like it'd be
good question.
Yeah, it is a good question.
I want to see. Yeah, and he says in terms of mass appeal, everyone is playing Hogwarts. One game that's similar. But the thing about Hogwarts too is it being a single player game. That's only going to last for so long. Then the whole Harry Potter thing goes back because Fantastic Beasts didn't do a lot for Harry Potter to earn that favor. So that is going to die off. It's not going to live on like Fortnite does, where Fortnite week to week is going to be extremely consistent and stay in the minds of a lot of people. I mean, again, for week to week, Fortnite has millions and millions of viewers. Where that is going to trail off 6 months from now, Hogwarts Legacy is not going to be as popular. It is going to be similar to Elden Ring in a lot of aspects, where it is talked about for quite some time, but even Elden Ring has fallen off. If you're not playing Elden Ring on PC at this point, to whether Elden Ring mods are going completely crazy, because now it's like Elden Ring. If you thought Elden Ring was dope on console, bro, what they're doing on PC with Elden Ring, it's turned into an anime. Like people have like all kinds of combos that you can do now. You can fly through the air with certain shit. You can ride on a sword.
They gave Hogwarts guns already. The mods gave Hogwarts
again. But the thing about Elden Ring also has that player-to-player aspect to it, where Hogwarts is still, it's a single player. So yeah, and if we're talking about just Hogwarts Legacy specifically, no, but Harry Potter compared to Fortnite, that would be more so interesting to see how that would translate across globally more so. So, yeah, I mean, either way.
And how bad is EA kicking themselves for canceling the Harry Potter MMO that they had going?
They got to be kicking themselves.
They didn't have belief that the IP had longevity.
That was dumb. That was dumb as hell. They need to go back. They need to go in their database and
reopen it up.
They need to go pull that right back out because you missed an opportunity. If you really thought that the IP wasn't like, or maybe their combat wasn't like this, or what.
But now they have a roadmap. Now they got a roadmap in front of them.
But now you can't do that without talking to Avalanche.
Well, to a certain degree, you could bring in elements without running into problems.
Certain things, but it's like at what level does that just become? You just completely copied everything from the game and called it an MMO without even getting Avalanche involved.
Yeah, I just saw it again, and the exact quote was, They didn't know or believe enough that the IP would have a shelf life longer than a year or two. Bro, you did Harry Potter right in an MMO? Dumb. Oh my God.
The only reason you could say that is if you had something that you had something that didn't vibe well with the play testers as far as combat goes. That's the only way.
Yeah, you go revisit that right now.
Yeah. Of course, they got to talk to J.K. Rowling, Vandal, but they got to talk to Avalanche if they want the gameplay elements, man. They're the ones that made. The only reason that this game is working is because a lot of the elements combine: the combat, the worlds, the attention to detail, and school, and just in the open world environment is why it's pulling people in, because it is a true Harry Potter. It's a Hogwarts experience.
Right. But that's a single player too. If you give this fan base of Harry Potter an MMO where they can hang out with their friends and
that should be the DLC.
Wizarding, like that would be gigantic.
If they added multiplayer to the, if they added DLC, a co-op at least, maybe some additional, like here goes a co-op DLC. Bro, they don't need to release another game. They would bring so many people into it.
Mav's right. EA would have anthemed it. No, that's quite possible. They definitely
yeah, and Fahim, people are flying on swords in Elden Ring, bro. They got like a great sword. You can literally put it up like, it's crazy. Crazy. They're doing really, if you watch anime, that's what they're doing in Elden Ring right now on PC. And you can do it in PvP. It's crazy. And people are having a good time with it, man. Of course, you got to be it's not exposed to everybody, so it's not like you're playing the vanilla version of Elden Ring. Nah, there's people, how people did the what was that huge mod for Fallout that they put out there, the Miami one, I believe it was. They were teasing out there that you had the
London.
Oh, it was London. My fault.
And that's coming.
I thought they did one for like a Miami,
I believe.
Too.
They might have, but there's the London expansion for, which is from the modding community for Fallout 4 is coming, and I think it's coming this year. I want to say it's going to be released. It's going to be PC only, which sucks. I hope it's big enough that they do a console version. That would be amazing if Bethesda back them. Bethesda's already backed them up, but if Bethesda said let's get a console version done too, that would be super dope.
Yeah, that would be super dope. But yeah, somebody did something similar to Elden Ring when they completely revamped it and added different elements, mixed it up the enemies. It makes it a completely different game, adds more weapons, everything. It's really dope what they did. And Nyx, that's 100% a point. I've brought that up before. Harry Potter to a generation seems like what Star Wars meant to me. Big miss by EA. And literally, Harry Potter is Star Wars of my generation. 1,000.
The fact we don't have a new Star Wars MMO is sick.
Yeah, no, the fact that the Knights of the Old Republic is just being allowed to be on continue to go on PC. They are still supporting it too, which is crazy.
Sure,
in a lot of ways, not as major.
A new one.
But the fact that they haven't made a new one and brought it to consoles also.
Yes.
Bro, there's so much potential in that game. Where is it? Why isn't it in existence on console yet? I don't know. Because I've been wanting to jump through that, like go through it with somebody. I just didn't want to go through it by myself because there's nothing there.
Dark side, light side, troopers, bounty hunter, be whatever you want to be in the Star Wars universe. Oh my god,
super fucking dope. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, please hit that like button if you're listening on the back end. On the audio side of things, because this does go everywhere. Google Podcasts, Spotify, Apple, wherever you listen to your good old RSS feeds at your podcasting content, your audio content. That is where we are delivering to. Let us know how we're doing. Let us know how we're doing in a review. Yell at us through your speakers if you can. Say, I disagree with you, Pong. Your ass. And write that in the review too. I think that'll be great. The other thing that got teased out here this week, seemingly, is Mortal Kombat 12. Now,
investor call. How pissed is Ed Boon right now?
No, he has to be serious.
Especially for how much he's been on Twitter. He's been doing AMAs. Like, he's been doing everything and saying, hey, got a lot of irons in the fire. We're not ready to talk about. When we're ready to talk about, we'll talk about it. We want to do it the right way. And a fucking investor call.
That's such an anticlimactic way for it to go down that way. Mortal Kombat 12 to launch 2023 according to Warner Bros. Earnings call. This is going to be coming from thegamer.com. Shout out to The Gamer. This is going to be written by Joshua Robertson. This came out 2 days ago. Warner Brothers may have just confirmed in an earnings call that Mortal Kombat 12 is in development and will actually launch later this year. A specific release date wasn't announced, but it was named alongside Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League as game Warner Brothers expects to launch this year and has high hopes for. This news comes from a YouTuber, Valiant Renegade, who was listening in on an earnings call. How did he get in on his earnings call?
Because somebody got invited. I think I think it was one of those open calls. If you're a stockholder, you get invited, right, to listen in, and then somebody just shared the link with.
That's so crazy that it happened.
Yeah.
Talking about the performance of its gaming division, Warner Brothers boasts about the success of Hogwarts Legacy before moving on to other titles. It has high projections for the year. And there's a lot more to come, including the highly anticipated Mortal Kombat 12, Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. Games also set to release this year with ambitious launch projections. It is so crazy that it ended up coming out like that. Let me see.
And there's lots more to come.
That's my estimate.
The highly anticipated Mortal Kombat 12.
Eastside Vandal. I am a big Injustice 2 fan. Again, as a non-competitive fighter,
set for release
gives me a
year.
complete campaign. Gives me a story. My girl Harley is represented well. I love the loot system in there. I loved Injustice 2. It was a fun game as a button masher.
For me, I wasn't a fan of Injustice 2's combat. Mortal Kombat. They try to take the Mortal Kombat style and make it their own. I wasn't a fan of it personally, although I did enjoy the story aspect of what they presented. So that was really dope. So I take nothing away from the game. And this most recent Injustice 2 was also like super customizable. I also didn't care enough to learn combat and everything.
Right.
Like I would have in like a Mortal Kombat. Now again, I'm just not a fan of that combat style, man. And again, I don't know why it works in other games, but it doesn't work in this. But I don't know. I thought it was dope for what they brought to the table.
Kay Asante says, you don't need much to join. I own some gaming stocks, so I get those invites all the time. Never join because it tends to be boring. Guess I need to start listening now. Shout out to Kay Asante and Everborn. Gaming Circle is all done. Obviously, Kay Asante jumping in here. Our Saturday brothers. Thank you, Kay Asante.
And one more time, I'm going to play the audio from that earnings call. It's about an 18-second ring right there. Good. So here we go.
And there's lots more to come.
That's my
including
estimate.
The highly anticipated Mortal Kombat 12 and Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. Games also set for release this year with ambitious launch projections.
What's funny about it, too, is on the earnings call, they led with the ambitious Mortal Kombat 12 and the Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. Like, bro, somebody missed a phone call, at least in my opinion. Or unless somebody saw something from Mortal Kombat, it was just like
somebody at the top made the decision to run with it during the investor call instead of waiting for the announcement, which is again shitty for Ed Boon because he obviously want that.
I'd
And
be
again,
waiting
Ed
no
did a
matter
good
what.
job of claiming that there was another project before Steel, like a different
I wasn't.
project. They said they were.
That's what
So
threw
this
me
is
off.
strange. Maybe they got more than one. Like, I mean, I know they do. He said they've got more irons in the fire than just one. But maybe they got another one that's getting close, ready to announce as well. But now you kind of got to announce MK12, even if you weren't planning.
Yeah, no, you definitely got to make an announcement soon. I mean, you could just wait until E3 to make that announcement. But I mean, but at the same point, the only reason why you would really want to do that is to announce it. And now it's kind of like the information is getting out, articles are being written. It's going to start becoming a thing to where now people know that Mortal Kombat 12 is coming. So you might as well do a character-to-character tease, kind of like what they did with Tekken. It's crazy that Tekken 8 ended up being more low-key than Mortal Kombat. That literally came out of nowhere. I mean, this announcement too comes out of nowhere because again, I wasn't expecting another Mortal Kombat, and I don't know if I'm going to jump into this one, or if I'm excited for it because it's just like Mortal Kombat has also lost its continuity in a lot of aspects. And unless they are going to kind of continue it from what they did with 11, which that story is too also kind of crazy and all over the place. It's just, I don't know. Again, it's a fighting game. It doesn't have to be overly serious. So it is what it is.
No, it doesn't. And maybe they're trying something new in this one. Maybe, that descriptor, that overly ambitious Mortal Kombat 12, maybe that's hinting that Boone and the team are doing something crazy again with Mortal Kombat and trying something new. So we'll have to wait and see. Maybe it's Mortal Kombat 12 versus Killer Instinct. Maybe we get our Killer Instinct anyway.
That would be super. That would be super dope. If it ends up being Mortal Kombat versus Killer Instinct, I don't see why that wouldn't make sense.
Right.
It
would be so freaking amazing.
I think that would be dope. That would be a way to bring it. That would be a way to bring it in. They do go on to say, and actually, this answers my question about when they were anticipating on, either announcing it or releasing it. I guess. They say as far as when we might see an official announcement, given the size of Mortal Kombat 12, it will probably be around the summer, either during E3 or around that time. See, I didn't know that. It would be pretty difficult to see Mortal Kombat 12 launch around the same time as Street Fighter 6 in June, especially considering both games have quite a niche audience that will likely overlap somewhat. So it's more likely that Mortal Kombat 12 will release in the holidays does release this year's plan. I agree somewhat with that.
I see fall.
Although, like, they're still different from each other, and they do still have their own core audience, right?
Sure.
But again, for overlap's sake, if that's more so what you're worried about, because there are people who are going to share those similarities. Games do play similarly in a lot of ways, as far as like how you understand the combat. So yeah, I would see more so. I think it would be doper to have this be like a fall release, something that you could really use Scorpion and Sub-Zero for, because again, those are going to be the mainstays. There's also Mortal Kombat 2, the movie, is also in development, so they can also kind of announce that within tandem. So you got this whole marketing spiel working into the fall. That'd be really dope. Add some depth to the announcement.
It just became more of a year of a fighter, though. I'll tell you that much. It's crazy. We're gonna get the big three. It is insane that we're getting.
I definitely I couldn't have made that call last year, anticipating that we were going to get the big three in conversation again. The fact that we are, man, it's going to be a year of fighter. Like last year was a year of horror games and scary games. This year seems to be really the fighter for sure. Let's see if it makes that comeback that we're looking for. And hopefully everything continues to be, as we get more fighters, because we know Tekken, Street Fighter, and Mortal Kombat, of course, are going to be cross-platform, or they're going to be available for everything. So let's see if they continue to kind of hold that. Let's see what else we get. That may be the bulk of the information from what I can see.
Pretty much. Are you excited, Steel, real quick? I mean, yeah, we are.
Other than Shinji Mikami retiring.
Shinji Mikami retiring, but I wanted to get your opinion too on Joshua Ortega potentially coming back to Gears. Gears 2 writer and co-director. Joshua Ortega, it seems Colbrio ran with it and said that he's coming back, seemingly returning to Gears of War. He's been very active on Twitter, asking the community for feedback on Gears. Even going as far as, should we call it Gears 6 or Gears of War 6? So it seems like this is a thing, that this is actually happening. And for anybody who doesn't remember, Joshua Ortega was a key figure in Gears of War 2, largely considered the best Gears game. And then he went on to work on Ghost of Tsushima, Spider-Man, Star Wars. So we're talking about somebody with a lot of experience in some of the biggest games out there. Who knows what he's doing? But Gears of War 2 obviously was in the style of the more horror, dark days of Gears. So interesting that he might be coming back either as somebody directly working at Coalition, or maybe he's coming back in a consulting form or fashion too with Coalition. So Steel, get your thoughts as you are a gigantic Gears fan. And somebody who played the classic Gears. What do you think about this?
I think this is definitely going to be key to Gears coming back as a more recognized brand, right? Getting back to what made Gears unique versus what they kind of got away from, which they kind of had to. I mean, when you're turning out a game every other year just so that your publisher has something to put out, I mean, again, how creative can you truly be, right? And that was probably the most unfortunate thing that Gears kind of had to go through. Whereas with the original trilogy, you know that you could tell that there was more of a direction. They had more of a standpoint and more creativity with it. Where 4 and 5 just had to work with what they had. And again, as someone who enjoyed both on all aspects, multiplayer and story, and again, multiplayer is always going to be a point of contention. It's going to be interesting to see whether he's going to have. I don't think he will, because he's going to be more on the story aspect of it. So that's what really gets me more excited for that, because I do want more. I want to see how they recover from how they ended Gears 5, because there's only so many ways that you can go. And if you're going to continue and evolutionize the story from Kate and what happened with her mom and that whole lineage of the Locust Queen and how the Locust Network works, you got to have somebody with some true creative vision, like Joshua Ortega, which real quick, I'll give you some of his highlights, because some people have asked, hey, well, what did you even do on Gears? He goes in, I wrote and co-directed Gears of War 2, wrote all the in-game collectibles, the initial teaser trailer, consulted on the TV ads and marketing campaign, and he even wrote the manual. Those are all key important parts. He also wrote the first 13 issues of the comic book prequel for the DC Comics, and alongside with Liam R. Sharp, I co-created Jace Stratton, he was a decent character. Michael Barrick, I thought he was dope when they introduced him. Lieutenant Drapple, Gil Gonzalez, and Alex Brand. He also goes, I co-created the story and narrative level designs for Gears 3 with Cliffy B, and also worked on overall transmedia design for the Gears of War franchise, and yes, the notorious 10-year plan. Also wrote the Ram's Shadow DLC tied into the comics. And if you have not played Ram's Shadow, bro, that should get you excited enough for why him coming back, at least to me, brought a whole different side and also kind of gets me excited for the potential of them giving another aspect to the Locust that we maybe haven't quite experienced yet either, because they do have to get into that. You've done enough with the human element of it. Give us more, so because there also, rumor has it, that the Locusts are supposedly coming back, which has also been in question. So now you got not only do you have the Lambent, but you also have the Locusts coming back to make their mark. So we got to see how that plays out. And then he also says, now Samson, this also we worked out. Now Samson, New Hope Research Facility, and Mount Kadar were all named and co-created by yours truly. And let me tell you, there's still so much more to be revealed. And again, this is the types of things that he wants, and the way he's been kind of teasing it out, saying, hey, who should we get back involved? Should we bring Cliffy B back in for consulting, which is really funny and convenient, because Cliffy B mentioned on the Iron Lords podcast this past week. Please go check that out with the interview that they did with them. I was glued to that entire interview. But he even mentioned that, hey, I'd be willing to come back to Gears to consult, which is like, So there's obviously some conversations happening, at least to me, and there could be nothing going on. To me, that kind of says that there are some conversations, maybe some phone calls have been had about what's possible. And again, what would be better, especially with Cliffy B in his new, he's in a new light now with a new form of understanding, kind of off of his God complex and understanding that having that team is important. And that was an integral part to his success. Although, again, he is the rock star, and I would love to see Cliffy B be able to stand, because he admitted to it that he still strives for that in his own personal life, doing karaoke, whatever the case. It would be dope to see that form. We need that for Gears, right? That's what made it unique. That's what made it different. And there is nothing like a Gears of War out there. There are so many games that have tried to implement that cover-to-cover base shooting system that Gears has, and none of them do it right. Even the Division, as well as it does what it sets out to do very flawlessly and very effortlessly, and I do think that the Division is another key example of what a Ghost Recon type shooter should maybe start to feel like. Maybe what you can go for to make it more appealing to a wider audience if you were going to do anything different. Gears is that mainstay. And again, to see this type of information come back, the only thing they're missing is Rod Ferguson coming in to do some additional consulting also. That would be like the trifecta. That would just be like, bro, what is going on?
Eventually, and Cliffy B is in a spot where he wants to, because he did mention Iron Lawrence, he'd be willing to look at any offer, but he does want to have control of his IP and own his IP in a lot of ways, because that was part of the problem with Gears, is when he did step away, he owned nothing. Like it was over with. Like he didn't have any part of it.
And that's shameful on Epic's part.
And that's a big part of it. But the fact that Cliffy did bring it up, the fact that Ortega is out here kind of promoting the fact, and also after Cliffy B was on Iron Lords, and he did talk about some of the critiques he has for the newer Gears, simple things like camera angles. And then he went on Twitter and posted a screenshot of his wife playing Gears, because she's a big Gears player and she does stream. Posted her playing and posted an example of what he was talking about, the camera angles, and said, "Hey, call me." He goes, "I don't mean to nitpick, but this camera angle is killing me. Call me." Right? So the fact that that's out there, maybe the old band is trying to come back, at least in a consulting way.
A little consulting.
A little bit. And again, I don't think Coalition's got their own ideas, but would it be bad to have some of the original brains look at what you've done and say, "Hey, Gears of War 6, let's come back. Let's look at the way that we used to do things and try to mix the two a little bit together and say, hey, we can kind of make this a little bit better, refine it a little bit, make it feel more like that original trilogy, which is beloved by the fan base." I don't think that's a bad thing. I don't think that's a bad thing at all. And to have Ortega, if he is actually back and he is going to do some of the writing, that gives me a lot of hope, Steel. Because if there's somebody who can bring back that feel that I say has been missing, even with the kids, it's going to be him. He understands it. And again, there's nothing wrong with having that experience come back into the fold and give you some of those pointers. Like, hey, no, maybe we should do this. And if he can come back and put the kids through hell, like he put the Dude Bros, Marcus, and the rest of the team through hell in his writing, and he can come back and try to make the kids go on that type of road, I'm all for it. Let's do it. Let's give the kids hell and back again. Let's do this. So interesting, Steel. But it does gives me hope, Steel. Maybe just maybe.
I mean, I got hope regardless as a massive Gears fan.
Sure.
Because I know the potential of it. But Gears won't hit the same just based off of story alone. And that's the other side of the coin that I really want to see traverse, because the biggest fault the Gears currently, and the reason why it's not as renowned as it should be, is because of the multiplayer.
Yeah.
It's very difficult. It is difficult for people to grasp, and it is difficult to get into, and it's not for the faint of heart. and it does turn a lot of people off. Like Vlad just said, there's literally no game that's like Gears.
Mm-mm.
You can't. There's nothing to draw a comparison to. Zero. The closest thing would be Outriders, but that's more Division-esque than anything.
Yeah,
because it doesn't even feel like that.
No,
and even their own game in Judgment didn't quite hit that way. You know? What I mean?
No. But we just need a Gears of War battle royale, and it'll all be fixed. Still, they just need a battle
maybe.
royale.
I said maybe. Halo needs it. Maybe Gears needs it.
Have the krill moving in as the bubble, right?
To be honest, though, and make it like dark and people you move. It could be an idea.
If you went dark, if you went really dark and had that atmosphere within that battle royale, that might be something. I was just joking though. The battle royale is not the silver bullet.
Vandal says folks give crap to Halo, but Gears still has not fallen off. I mean, Gears is falling off a lot more than it should.
Yeah,
than it should have. Again, I went back to play Gears not that long ago, and when it takes you 5 minutes to find a match, it's not very enticing for you to wait.
Sometimes franchises run their course, and sometimes there is no good ideas to reinvigorate them. We gotta admit that. However, Gears, with the anime coming out, with the live action movie coming out, both deals in place. Like, if you're going to bring it back,
you gotta really,
this is the time. And if that means you bring Ortega back into the fold, if that means maybe you entertain the thought of calling up Cliffy B and saying, "Hey, come in and give us some ideas as a consultant,"
or say, "This is what we have so far. What do you guys? We want your genuine opinion."
This would be the time to do it, because again, we've seen what animes, Netflix movies can do for a franchise and Cyberpunk, etc. This is going to be your moment to capitalize and bring back Gears in a big way. So I think that's probably why the Coalition moved into full production on this thing.
I think that because they realized that again, and we're never going to know the difference. But I think again, I'll stand on the square that I legitimately think that they found something within Unreal 5, and said, let's just get to work on Gear 6.
Let's go do it. Yeah.
Let's get it done. We don't need another game we don't need nothing holding us back. Let's go ahead and get this done. Because I mean, again, they're not in a rush. This is the most time that they're going to have with a Gears game since the Coalition has been founded. Like, literally. So I can only imagine what they're going to be able to draw out of it, and that just gets me more and more excited. And again, absolutely. I mean, you saw what they did with the Matrix demo. I'm pretty sure that's the majority of what they needed. And again, for a team, if anybody outside of Fortnite, if anybody's going to show you what's possible, it's going to be this team.
Yeah, so, for sure.
Hopefully they can come through on a consulting fact. Hopefully they do it looking at it as an aspect. I want that kind of vision that I see of them coming, sitting down on the board, bringing Phil in, making a presentation. They say, "Hey, this is Gears as we have it right now. This is Gears 6 currently. Cliffy B, Ortega, Phil, maybe even get Rod Ferg on the phone in a voice call." In a video call and say, hey,
if they get the Activision Blizzard deal done, who knows? You can call up Rod and say, hey, Rod, you take a look at this. You're done with Diablo. Can you just take a quick look at what we got going on?
Just take a look. You don't have to do no work. Yeah. Just take a look. I just want you to watch this video. Watch this PowerPoint.
Exactly.
Watch this PowerPoint presentation.
Exactly. Just like we see in those detective movies, the retired detective. Yep. They just drop them off the files and say, "Hey, would you just take a look at this? What do you think? What do you think? Give us your ideas."
Just let me know. I think we're close, but I need your report.
Why not?
I think it would be dope if it happened. That would get me excited.
And Cliffy did say, according to Cliffy, Phil does slide into his DMs from time to time. So, hey. Communication is key. It's open. Let's go. Let's get it done.
And that's always important. Well, guys, we are at that 4-hour mark. Crazy how we got there again. We went on quite a few rants today, which is always a beautiful thing to see here. But it wouldn't be a complete show if we didn't get into our This Day in Gaming.
Make me
segment.
feel old, Steel. It's the old segment. Let's go.
with this, I am going to have to change some things real quick on our This Day in Gaming segment, because I don't think that I did fit it. I wasn't sure if I fit in our cameras on this segment because we used to not have cameras here, but I did add them in. Again, I did change things a little bit so they would just look cleaner, man. I wanted to give you guys some better representation. All right, let's see what we got here. Move this over, and then bring this back into frame here. There we go. All right. And hey, speaking of which, I'm gonna start. I gotta start clipping out these sections for This Day in Gaming and upcoming games, because I'll instantly, after the show's over, see posts on Twitter like, "Oh, look what game released today," and it's like, I just talked about that though. I got a whole video that you can watch, all the games that came out today. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Make Pong Feel Old, or the This Day in Gaming segment, as I call it. The segment where we go back 30 years in gaming history, mainly because gaming is art and should be treated as such. Looking at where we came from to where we are today, and just having an appreciation, man. As again, when you go back when you think about the games that were releasing in the 90s, and then you look at the games that are releasing right now, like a Hogwarts Legacy, you're like, it's hard to understand how we've traversed so far such little amount of time, in my perspective. Let's get to it. So first off, in 1991, you had, in Japan, you had King of the Monsters release in the arcade. King of the Monsters was a really dope game. I remember playing this game in the arcade. Then in 94, you had Uchu Race Astro Go-Go released on Super Nintendo. And here you go. There's going to be some of those crazy names today, it seems like. No, we didn't get any last week. We'll see how it goes around this time. Then, oh wow, this is like calling some childhood memories right here. Then in 99, you had PlayStation release Monster Rancher 2. This was my shit. I loved Monster Rancher. I loved the show and I also loved the game. It was good stuff. Then in 2002, something that should be a little bit more akin to us fans of Hi-Fi Rush, you had Jet Set Radio Future released on the Xbox console. Wow. This Day in Gaming, we got some Jet Set action. How beautiful. All right. Then, it's on a PSP, of course. In 2010, you had, in Japan, Atio, Hitman Reborn, Kazuna no Tag Battle. And actually, I think that's going to be Atekiyu Hitman Reborn. I want to make sure to say that correctly, potentially. Then on the Nintendo DS in 2010, you had no audio on Pong. Really? I don't know why.
Again, trying to take over the show.
I don't know why it flipped over like that. It's so weird.
Yeah, whatever. It's so weird that Steel just takes over the show from time to time. Let's go.
Monster Rancher, is that where you put CDs and stuff in your console and got different monsters? No, that wasn't it.
What game was that?
Oh God, what? What the game Mav's talking about?
Yeah, I don't remember that game, Mav. You're gonna have to look that one up because I don't remember
that's a real
putting
game.
CDs.
That sounds crazy.
Yeah, you put CDs in your game and you what? I don't remember that at all.
Maybe he's being funny. Maybe he's being.
Maybe. I don't think so though.
If he's talking about an actual game, I need to know what game you're talking about.
No, I did not mute myself, Mav. This is a Steel problem as he tries to take over this damn show. He doesn't want me talking, so therefore he mutes me and then goes, "Oh, I don't know what happened." It's exactly what happens on Living Splitscreen every freaking Saturday. Let's go.
Hey, Vandal.
And they're
Pong
still
has
saying
audio
no.
now. Pong has
I have audio? Okay, all right.
I see the bars moving. If Pong don't have audio,
if Steel's lying to me right now and I'm talking to nobody but Steel, this is going to be a problem. Let's go.
Yeah, it would. Definitely would be.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Then in 2010, on the Macintosh and PC, Oh no, sorry, I didn't say the other one. In 2010 on the DS, you had Super Robot Tyson OG, Saga, Mugen no Frontier, Exceed.
I like how they just mix in the words and then the rest is English and then they mix in the word.
Oh no, Matt was saying for real.
Saying for
You
real.
said there was a monster game and you put disc in and it gave you different stuff. Damn.
I don't remember that.
I don't remember that either.
No.
I feel like I would remember that part. I would definitely, if I had the game, I would have remembered that.
Right,
It was
right,
a game I didn't end up having. Then in 2010 on Macintosh and PC, you had Virtual Villagers 4, The Tree of Life.
Okay.
Then in 2014 on PC, PlayStation 3, and Xbox 360, you had Castlevania Lords of Shadow 2.
Ooh, so damn good. They should do another Lords of Shadow. They really should. Current
They need
gen.
to bring Castlevania up. Man.
It was such a different game. Again, some people hated it because it wasn't classic Castlevania. I actually loved it. I've got them back on I got them on 360 still. Or actually, I think they're both backwards compatible. So I played it on the Series X. It's good.
Fire.
Yeah.
Then in 2014, on the Xbox 360 and Xbox One, we had Plants vs. Zombies Garden Warfare.
Shout out to Plants vs. Zombies. Always a fun
For a while.
time. I actually enjoy Plants vs. Zombies. I think it's just fun.
I've never really tried it.
You haven't? Oh,
No, really.
it's a good time.
Then in 2014, you had PlayStation 3 release Tales of Symphonia Chronicles.
Yes. Tales, Symphonia, very good stuff. What did he send? Oh, he just.
Then in
Sponsoring.
2014, you had PC, PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4, Xbox 360,
Oh,
and Xbox One released Thief.
still.
What do you got? What we got?
Mav just sent us a picture of the descriptor for Monster Rancher, and it was the bulk of Monster Rancher gameplay is spent between raising and battling, but the most interesting part of the game was how you obtain your monsters by generating them from your own real-life collection of CDs and DVDs.
Oh, damn. Well, I was wrong. Damn. I don't remember doing that.
And I was never a Monster Rancher fan, so I had no idea.
Damn, I'm completely wrong. I feel like I would have remembered that. Maybe I just we couldn't afford to get multiple discs and CDs. That could have been another part of it. I don't know. Was it
You don't
like from
remember-
random other CDs and
It had to,
DVDs?
it sounds like it was. It sounds like it was completely random, that it was just generated from you popping in another disc.
If that's the case, for whatever reason, that has completely left my childhood memories. That is crazy.
You don't remember your dad beating your ass for stealing his DVDs and CDs and
Nah,
popping them?
I definitely wasn't doing that.
That's
Yeah, hell
crazy though,
no.
man. I was never a Monster Rancher
That's an
fan, so
interesting-
I had no idea.
Damn.
I always thought it was just a Pokemon-like game, like you collected the monsters and
Wow.
raised them. So I
That's
had no
fucking crazy.
idea. That is.
That's interesting. I'm about to go back and look at that and see if I can relive my childhood. See if somebody got some gameplay on that on YouTube. Because Lord, yeah, I don't remember that at all. That's actually a dope concept if you kind of think about it. If during that time, I mean, it would have been annoying, but damn, I wonder why I don't remember that. Anyway, then in 2015 on PlayStation 4, you had Dragon Quest Heroes, The World's Tree, Woe, and the Blight Below. And you're saying there's a list of CDs and that told you.
Oh.
Maybe that was why.
Okay.
I didn't have a lot of those CDs and just
Interesting.
played it. Played it like normal. I don't know. Interesting. It's really dope. Again, I mean, and of course, you guys are a little older than me, so you probably would have much more vivid memories of those things than I probably would sitting there. Because what, Monster Rancher 2 came out of 99? Like, I was literally fucking 7 years old. So, that probably has a big impact on that. I was going through a lot at 7. Parents got a divorce. Getting my ass tore up about stealing brownies.
Okay, Steele.
Well, I know.
Again, you're getting old brain, dude. I told you, you're now in your 30s. You're old, so this happens, man. Get used to it.
And I think it's this whole
shit
make me
leaves.
feel old section. No,
Yeah,
no.
shit.
No,
shit
I
leaves
know it
the-
does.
yeah,
It does. 100%. Then in 2015, PC released Homeworld Remastered Collection. Shout out to Homeworld. Well, it's one of my
I wish it would come.
bro.
Console. I wish.
I feel like Homeworld's the reason I don't want to play
Looks so
fucking
damn
those
cool.
those games again.
So damn cool.
So much time spent in that game, in those games. Then in 2015, on the 3DS, you had Mercenary Saga 2, Order of the Silver Eagle, released on 3DS.
Nice.
Okay. Then on PC, in 2016, you had Grim Dawn release.
Grim Dawn was kind of cool.
Then in 2016, on PlayStation 3, 4, and PlayStation Vita, you had Kamen Rider Bat Ride War Susei. They need to make some more Kamen Rider games. But at least to take it. Or no, I'm thinking about Guyver. They need to make a Guyver game. That would be dope.
Yeah.
MacGyver's not nowhere close as relevant as.
No. It's big in the East, though. Guyver's been big for a long time.
I think it'd be dope to get a new age Guyver game. Anyway, then in 2016, PlayStation Vita released Nightshade.
Very nice.
Okay. Then in 2016, PC released Portal Knights.
I played around with Portal Knights, actually.
Interesting.
Yeah. Fun little game.
Then in 2019, PC released Tuhu Luna Nights. I'm not really.
Tuhu Luna Nights?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then in 2020, PC released Help, I Am Really Horny.
Do we have any questions that chat? What that game's about?
I don't think so. Then in 2020, Nintendo Switch, PC, and PlayStation 4, Xbox One released Mega Man Zero ZX Legacy Collection. You need to go put that in the catalog, in the library at least. Then in 2021, Nintendo Switch released Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection, the original Try-Hard game.
Mm-hmm.
Then in 2021, Nintendo Switch released Story of Seasons, Pioneers of Olive Town. Shout out to everybody from Olive Town.
Great place to live.
Then in 2022, Nintendo Switch, PC, and PlayStation 4 released Altair Sophie 2, The Alchemist of Mysterious Dream.
Nice.
Interesting.
Whenever you say Altair, I think of Assassin's Creed, of course.
Yeah, I did too. Then in 2022, PC, PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, Xbox One, and Series X consoles released Elden Ring. To think that a year to this date, Elden Ring was released.
Absolutely.
Fucking fire. Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, yeah. He sent part of the list of, and you did have to have specific CDs. So you had to have like Bob Dylan. You had to have Bananarama. You had to have Alice Cooper.
Yeah, there's no way I had any of those.
But you got specific monsters. How weird is that, Steel?
That is kind of fucking fire, though, man. Like, wow.
And kind of in a way.
That's crazy man, they did that back in the day.
Yeah. Kids asking their parents, Mom, I gotta go get Bob Dylan. to get me. Yeah, it is kind of crazy.
This is so dumbfounding to me, bro. Like,
yeah.
That's so you know how like, that's a whole different conversation anyway.
Yeah.
Before
we get to Ultras though, Steel, real quick, a little bit of breaking news. We didn't talk about the Starfield stuff during the main part of the show. There is smoke now. Starfield. We should get the deep dive announcement next week. As far as when it's going to actually hit. Again, if you're on the Marchers train, it should be the first couple weeks of March. They did the Oblivion deep dive back in the day on March 2nd, so it'd be kind of dope if they announced this on Monday and then turn around and give it to us on the 2nd again, which is Thursday, this upcoming week here. That would be really cool. Some people are guessing mid-March. Rand talked about it, thought it would be mid-March. But we should get that announcement this week. So everybody on that train looking for that Starfield deep dive, it's coming soon. Like, we are on the cusp. And I also want to mention, Steel, that during the show, Psychonauts just posted, shout out to Psychonauts, posted in DMs, Idle Sloth reposted about the Starfield Watch. So we talked about the Starfield Watch, Steel, last year, maybe even over last year. We knew because the copyright came out for the watch, the diagram came out for the watch. So we knew the Starfield Watch, which we believe is a part of the collector's edition, has been out there in the wild for a while, but the manual just dropped for the entire watch. So the official manual. So this thing is real still. We assumed that it was real. We talked about it on all of our shows because, of course, we've been all over the Starfield news.
Right.
Steel, we're ramping. We're ramping up, brother. We're getting close here. This is what starts happening when things are getting close.
Yeah.
So the entire smartwatch, the Starfield smartwatch, dropped the manual, so you can go check that out. Idle Sloth dropped the links. I think GameSpot just wrote an article about it. So we're gonna be talking Starfield here in the next couple of weeks, Steel. That deep dive.
Yeah, man.
Woo!
We're definitely gonna end
We're gonna
up
have some
finding
fun.
out what it, and if they do end up doing something to what they did with, what was that, Oblivion?
Yep, Oblivion.
If they end up doing that, man, it's gonna be again, if you guys think that they can't put out a game 2 to 3 weeks after they put out a deep dive, you're really smoking something. Because you know what's gonna end up happening? If they say, hey, pre-order now, we're gonna release just for fun's sake. We say they do a show at the beginning of the month, they say releasing 3/23/23. You know how many pre-orders are gonna fucking go in?
Oh. Bro, did you see the shock online this week? Literal shock from people that it was #1 on Steam already. People were shocked that it was #1 most wishlisted game on Steam.
Yeah, because
how could that be? They haven't done marketing because they don't know, Steel. They don't understand the power of Bethesda. They don't. They forget what a Bethesda A-Team Todd Howard game means to the wider gaming community. They forget, especially on PC. That's the thing that people always forget. PC players have known about Starfield for years. They have been wanting this game, watching it get closer and closer to release for years. The PC community is where Bethesda makes their bread and butter. They just so happen to have expanded 2 consoles thanks to Xbox and their partnership with Xbox, right, over the years, with Morrowind being the first one. That was console exclusive. Oblivion coming out, doing well. And then, of course, Skyrim, Fallout 3 blowing up. Skyrim blowing up even more so for Elder Scrolls on console and PC. And then, of course, Fallout 4, which didn't hit but still sold big numbers as well. But the PC community, they know about these Bethesda titles. That's why you don't need 4 months of marketing. There are going to be so many people streaming this freaking game when it drops. So many people making content off of it. Again, channels will be created off of Starfield alone.
Yeah.
If it hits properly. That's why you don't need the marketing that everybody claims you do. #1 already on Steam. Crazy.
Not
Crazy.
in this day and age. I think it's different. But we'll see. Again, we are our whole standpoint for the majority of it. I just want to see it released in the 12-month period that they claim for.
Yep.
Again, if it doesn't, then I mean it is what it is. That's going to be a separate conversation that we will need to have because nobody else has to hold their feet to the fire. But if we're going to be consistent, then I'm going to continue to be consistent. And make sure that they hold their feet to the flame. So, is what it is.
Sorry, Steel. I just wanted to get that.
No,
in
that
there,
was
it was a little bit of breaking news.
That was perfect. I mean, because that is breaking news. I mean, if we do get one soon, I want to see. Give me more reasons to be interested in this game. Because again, this is gonna be the first game since Elder Scrolls Online where it has my attention, and I want to see what it does with it, especially with it being more so space focused and having that. You could just go play No Man's Sky. That's not anyway. Not what I'm no. I like to have some story. I've gotten older, I like to have some experience here, God. Anyway, enough tangents there. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on episode 93 of Living Splitscreen. I saw somebody ask a question. I think it was Blue Moon. He said, do you listen to tunes when you're on your bike still? And if so, who? Look, Blue, I literally just put on YouTube music and I just put it on shuffle. It makes me a playlist every day. I listen to everything but country. I cannot stand listening to country music. It makes me want to do things that are very unlawful and are not healthy for any individual. Country music, specifically. Now there are some outliers there that kind of have withstood the test of time. But I listen a little bit of everything. If I got to pick, depending on what kind of, if I'm trying to really get on it, maybe I'll put on some Linkin Park. If not, I might put on a little Drake. I might put on some Deftones. I might put on a Perfect Circle. I might put on some Tool. I like to get my 9-inch nails in every now and then. That really gets me in that zone. Gotta fuck that bike like an animal, man. Hey, that gets me going. Anyway, that's another side tangent. I can sit there and talk about cars and bikes and everything for hours. Nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on episode 93 of Living Splitscreen. On the audio side of things, hopefully everything came through smoothly for you. And you guys got to come join us on the live side. You get live gameplay this week. We had Wild Hearts. Again, it's me playing whatever game that I'm playing on a week-to-week basis. And I always think that's a perfect representation of just as us as gamers. Not only are we talking about the game, but you're not just getting some random gameplay. You're getting gameplay directly from me, from the horse's mouth, as I'll say. And if you need to find me, Steel Rain. Steel Rain, the T is a 7 everywhere. Doesn't matter where you type it in. Google makes it super easy. They got it all streamlined right there. And if you need a general place, just find me on Twitter within the Xbox ecosystem currently. It just makes it so easy. Xbox Game Bar makes the transition super simple, super easy. Again, it's an ecosystem that I have believed in since its inception and continue to believe in because of that. And yeah, man, come hit me up in the DMs. Let's chop it up. Let's talk about games. And again, I'm not one of those guys that's going to sit there and avoid you. I'll send you a message back and say, yo, yeah, man, I'm busy. I'm tied up. Anyway, thank you all for being here today on episode 93. Pong, get these beautiful people out of here. And that show, tell them where they can find you.
Absolutely, another fantastic Saturday morning into the afternoon, getting me ready for the rest of my day. I get to go shovel snow. Yes, I get to go shovel.
Really?
Yeah. Because it's drifted over again. It does. Kiddo went out there, cleared it off earlier in the week when we got the snowstorm. It's all drifted back over again. We got 1.5 foot high drifts, 2 foot high drifts out there. I got to go do all that. Got to dig out the trash cans. I'm not looking forward to it. At least today, it's in the 20s. So that's
a little warmer than normal, and that never gets down that low here.
Anyway, so I'm looking forward to that. But I got energized because I was here with my brother from another Steel Rain, one of my favorite people ever, all time in my life, right here, live with him, getting to talk the gaming news of the week, and especially with all of you. Again, 50 plus people consistently now every Saturday. When Steel and I started, we had 15, 20 people in here. Right now we're up to 50. This is the growth that we talk about. Slow growth, but it don't matter. It's consistent growth. That's what we're here for. And you guys bring the conversation as well into this show, which is absolutely fantastic. So thank you all for joining Steel and myself today. Again, you guys make this go. So thank you for that. All love and respect to each and every one of you. You know the drill. Pong Soul Xbox, Pong Soul Twitter. And tonight you're gonna hop over to the Shop Podcast. I'm gonna show PTK Blam's channel some love because that man is underappreciated in this community. I've been doing this for nearly 6 years. As Mav said last night on Xbox Ultimate, one of the most underrated hosts in podcasting. PTK Blam is a gentleman and a scholar. And he knows how to run a show. It is a fun time. PTK Blam, Fuzzy Belvedere, and myself. And tonight, we are joined by Mr. Ego himself. And I say that with nothing but love. Infinite Umbra is going to be there. So we're going to probably have some singing going on because he enjoys the sound of his singing voice and thinks he's great. But we're going to have a good time no matter what. Chatting with Infinite Umbra about this week's news. Be there, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 o'clock Central Time, the Shop Podcast, PTK Blam's channel. And then next week, it's All Good Things Green every Tuesday on Xbox Factor Podcast. Steel has just basically replaced me at this point. He shows up on Boom's channel all the time. That's what he's done. Boom, of course, Mr. Boomstick the man. He'll be listening to us later if he's not already while he's doing his chores. Double Barrel Gaming is the channel. Be there every Tuesday, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time for Xbox Factor Podcast. And then Thursdays, it is always back over on Fun Speculations channel for PM in the PM. Pong and Mav in the PM. If you missed this week's episode, we had a good show. I actually even went on a rant. I had a Living Splitscreen rant because I was so sick of the journalists by Thursday. And of course, I had another one today here. But PM in the PM is the place to be, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time. Me and Mav, sometimes we have guests. But otherwise, we do the same thing we do here. We chop it up about what's going on, catch up, and have a good time with everybody that shows up there. So that's Thursday nights. And then, of course, Friday nights, it's Xbox Ultimate back on Fun Speculations channel, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time, where we go left, we go up, we go down, we go all around, but we have laughs and we also talk gaming. Last night, we had a surprise guest as Gaming Forte showed up out of the blue and joined us last night, which was awesome. I haven't talked to Forte in a long time, but we had a great time last night. Really good conversation. So go check that out as well. And then otherwise, I'll be back here with my brother Steel next week, getting ready on a Saturday morning, getting that energy going. So join us next week as well, right back here. But it is the golden age of gaming, people. I hope whatever you're playing right now, and there's a lot to choose from, whatever it is, I hope you're enjoying it, right? Just play what you love what you play, and I'm going to talk to you real soon tonight. So have a great rest of your weekend, everybody. Steel, get us out of here, brothers.
Oh, hey, I'm got away, ladies and gentlemen. You want to know Rod Ferguson's dedication to the craft, bro? He's getting a Diablo tattoo also. He's not playing games. Again,
Rod,
great dude,
good old
man.
Rod.
Much love, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all stay safe out there. Have a fantastic rest of your Saturday evening. And we'll catch you next week on episode 94 of Living Splitscreen.
Right here.
Much love.
Right here. Later.